Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. So I'll ask if anyone has any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognition. Mayor McLean-Weil?
I'd just like to take a moment to recognize that December 6th is the Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Our council has had a number of discussions since our term began last year on gender-based violence, and we know that the situation in our own community, many people were touched by several incidents that happened here. We recognize that December 6th across Canada was 36 years after the mass killing of 14 young women in 1989. And on Saturday, there will be a vigil in the park at Mahone Bay, which I will participate in, and I think a number of other council members are intending to attend that. Nova Scotia is home to the largest mass casualty in Canadian history, and we know that coming out of that event at Portapique, there were lots of discussion around gender-based violence. In the report, in Turning the Tide Together, the Mass Casualty Inquiry identified gender-based violence as one of the key contexts in the deaths of 22 people, and one of the 3 pillars demanding concerted action by all levels of government and a whole of society approach. So this December the 2nd, this is about acknowledging and remembering these young women and all women and girls who died as a result of gender-based violence. We do have an opportunity as a local government to take action on this, and we know that we have plans to do this over the next number of months and years as we fulfill our discussions that we began last year on gender-based violence. No community is immune to the challenges posed by gender-based violence, and by recognizing the prevalence of such violence, we open a gateway for empathy, for understanding, and for advocacy, which is what we will continue to do.
Thank you for that. Are there any other announcements or acknowledgements? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to Mayor McLean-Weil for a proclamation.
This is a proclamation on the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Whereas December 3rd is recognized globally by the United Nations as International Day for Persons with Disabilities, and whereas Canada is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, and 2 out of 5 Nova Scotians live with a disability, whereas Nova Scotia has proclaimed the Accessibility Act that recognizes accessibility is a human right and set a goal of an accessible province by 2030, whereas International Day of Persons with Disability promotes an understanding of disability issues and the importance of equal access for Nova Scotians with disabilities in all aspects of society. Whereas through public awareness, community partnerships, and municipal accessibility initiatives, this day aims to foster an environment of equal participation of individuals with disabilities within the District of Lunenburg. Therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Mayor Elspeth McLean-Weil, on behalf of the District of Lunenburg, do hereby proclaim December 3rd, 2025 as International Day for Persons with Disabilities in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg.
Thank you. Next is the portion of the meeting that is normally reserved for public input, but I am not seeing anyone in the gallery, so we will move on to changes and approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for someone to put a motion forward, moved by Councillor Brooks and seconded by Deputy Mayor Vino, to accept the agenda? All those in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. Okay, next is approval of the minutes from November 4th, 2025. And are there any changes needed for the minutes? Okay, and seeing none, I will move to pass those as circulated. Okay, moving on to business arising from the minutes, and I believe there is none.
No public input from last month.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to number 7, we have no presentations and no referrals from committees, so we can move right on to staff reports. And our first report is from the Finance Department, so I will pass it over to Elena Wenzel, our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. So we're going to have a little discussion this morning about debt financing for municipal projects. So as Council will remember, last week we did discuss our 26-27 draft capital budget at our special council meeting on November 25th. There was debt financing included for 2 wastewater treatment projects in that draft financial plan. Although the use of debt was not discussed at length in prior years' budget discussions, it has been included in the detailed financial plan for the past 2 budget years. The municipality did become debt-free in October of 2021. This was a great achievement, but not a sustainable path for a growing municipality. Using our 5-year financial strategy and forecasting model, the municipality was able to build its reserves, planning for the large capital infrastructure projects that were identified to be completed in the future. All the costs of those future projects became known and included in the 5-year plan. A combination of grants, municipal reserves, and debt financing was budgeted to pay for this infrastructure. Staff have recommended that municipal reserves remain at a benchmark level to ensure that there are funds for future emergencies, unexpected infrastructure repairs, or to leverage grants when they become available. So I went through and did some pros and cons of using debt to finance municipal projects. So the pros include intergenerational equity. It means that debt ensures that future residents who benefit from long-lived assets help pay for them. It prevents current taxpayers from bearing the entire cost up front for assets that might have a long lifespan between 20 and 50 years. It maintains infrastructure without large tax shocks. It allows the municipality to build or replace major assets without imposing large immediate tax increases or depleting reserves, and it helps keep the tax rates more stable and predictable. It preserves cash and reserve funds, allows municipalities to maintain reserve balances for emergencies, asset management, or other priorities. It avoids draining capital reserves on a single project. It also can leverage historically low or favorable interest rates. Municipalities actually secure preferential borrowing rates through the Nova Scotia Municipal Finance Department. Borrowing can be financially efficient when rates are low relative to inflation or when construction costs escalate. It also supports economic development and growth, as debt can accelerate infrastructure development, which includes, increased assessment-based job creation and long-term economic benefits. It also allows for predictable long-term budgeting. Debt service payments are generally fixed and predictable, aiding long-term financial planning. It aligns with our multi-year capital financial planning framework. So there are some cons with using debt. So there are things like long-term interest costs. Borrowing does increase the total cost of a project because of interest. And even with our low municipal rates, debt service could significantly increase the life cycle costs for major projects. It can reduce fiscal flexibility as debt servicing payments, which is the principal and interest, become a fixed annual expense, and it could limit the municipality's future ability to respond to emergencies, new priorities, or revenue downturns. Debt can be problematic as there's a risk of over-leveraging. If you have excessive debt, that could weaken your financial indicators like our debt servicing ratio. And higher debt could result in more expensive future borrowing or reduced access to credit. Potential for future tax increases could happen if you end up with a lot of debt payments, especially if assessment growth is low, operating costs are rising, or other revenues decline. There is a public perception and political risks, as residents may perceive borrowing as poor fiscal management, and a political environment may discourage debt even when financially sound. Regulatory or policy constraints. Provinces do impose limits on municipal borrowing. The Nova Scotia Financial Condition Index indicates a 15% benchmark of municipal revenue. Borrowing does require council resolution and approval of the provincial minister, and that does add time, complexity, and potential uncertainty. However, debt financing can make sense in lots of situations. Municipalities often choose debt when the project is long-lived, interest rates are favorable, reserve balances need to be preserved for other priorities, the project supports growth or essential services, and the municipality has capacity under debt limits and stable revenue outlooks. Debt may not be advisable when an asset has a short lifespan, like a vehicle or equipment, or if the municipality is close to its debt limit, or if debt servicing would create structural fiscal pressure or interest rates are high or rising. But the District of Lunenburg, in conclusion, uses its 5-year capital strategy and forecasting model to ensure the pros and cons of using debt financing are considered. So it's used for long-term assets to support growth and essential services, like our wastewater treatment infrastructure. It maintains our infrastructure without large residential tax shocks or property tax shocks. It ensures intergenerational equity. It preserves cash and reserve funds, supports economic development and growth, and supports predictable long-term budgeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions for Ms. Wenzel? Mayor McLean-Weil?
It's not a question. It's more of a comment, which I think is important for us as a council to think about. Thank you for that outline of why we would be considering debt at this stage and the value of debt, the risks associated with debt, but also the value of considering it. And recognizing that this municipality has been debt-free for a number of years, and prior to that, the last significant debt was associated with the construction of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Center. And that, once that was paid and paid off, then we were essentially debt-free. That was the biggest project. I think now we're looking at, just across the road, the biggest infrastructure project that the municipality on its own has been involved in, and that's the updating and expansion of the waste treatment plant. And I think in the presentation that we just heard, there is good reason why we might associate debt with that project, because the life of the project is probably 20 years, and we're looking at financing it over a 15-year period, which still gives us 5 years of room in which to get ready for the next upgrade that might be necessary or replacement of that asset. The other thing with an asset that lasts that long, as Ms. Wenzel has outlined, is that the taxpayers of today will pay a portion of it, but the taxpayers that will benefit from it and utilize it in years to come will also share in the repayment of the debt associated with its construction. I think that's a really important point, so that when people saying, well, why are you taking on debt? The reason we're doing it is that so people who are going to use that asset for its lifetime will share in the costs associated with its development. And I think that's a really important explanation to offer to residents when they are concerned about us taking on debt. The other thing that I wanted to reinforce in Ms. Wenzel's discussion this morning is the value of us having reserves. And this year was a perfect example of an emergency situation that happened associated with the drought, and the need for us to dip into reserves and be able to develop a program to address the needs for water in our community. Many other municipalities were not in that position to do that, and we have been able to do that and could respond quickly. And we did respond quickly when we were short, when we knew there was a shortage of money in that fund last January, and we responded again just in our recent past to providing more opportunity for people to finance wells through the municipality. We would not have been able to do that if we did not have healthy reserves. So I think those are two really important examples. If people are questioning why we're taking on debt, those are two good examples that councillors can offer to the public about why debt is a valuable tool to use responsibly.
Councillor Brooks?
I would just ask, thank you for the report, Ms. Wenzel. I would just also ask for anybody that's watching, there's simply no way for us to do this without taking on this debt. Is that correct?
To be, through the chair, to Councillor Brooks, you could deplete your reserves. However, we do like to keep that financial condition index, reserve balance of 15% of operating revenue, because that way you can respond to things like the emergency, as the water emergency with the drought, because we had the reserves in place.
But shy of touching that reserve.
But shy of touching that reserve, we are going to be right at that limit, that benchmark limit in the next 2 years.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any more questions or comments? Our Deputy CAO, Alex Dumara.
Just in terms of like a communication point, Elena has done a fantastic job of outlining so you can see the pros and cons of the different financial approaches, and certainly our staff team supports the recommendation that she's bringing forward. Sometimes the distinction between long-term debt and a deficit is lost on the public, and so it is useful for council members to bear that in mind, that if you do get questions about your long-range capital plan and folks are concerned about taking on debt, it's very clear from Elena's documentation that this is to finance long-term assets. It's not to cover your day-to-day expenses. This council has regularly included budgets that not only contribute to reserves but expect to have surpluses in them. So municipal governments are required to budget to not have deficits. That's certainly been something this council has done, and that's not changing going forward. So your operating budgets still are balanced, include contributions to reserves. This is about your long-term financing, not about having to go into debt to pay for your day-to-day expenses.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications and the information to take out to our constituents, which I think is a really important piece of this. If there are no further questions or comments for Ms. Wenzel, we will move on to Recreation, Parks, and Tourism, and our Active Living Coordinator, Kelly Cunningham.
All right, good morning and thank you. Today I will be presenting the active transportation plan that was prepared in 2024. Last June in 2024, the original proposed active transportation plan was presented to Municipal Council. At that time, Council moved that they received the plan. Today's presentation is for information only. The intent after today's presentation is to come back to the Policy and Strategy Committee in the new year for further discussion with the intent of hopefully having the active transportation approved. So an agenda of today's presentation is we will start with a project overview, the community engagement that was done throughout the process, and then we'll go into the meat of the plan, which will consist of key themes, recommended active transportation networks, next steps for implementation, and then we'll chat a little bit about the recent initiatives in the municipality that we are doing or currently doing for active transportation. Before I dive into the plan, it's important to remember that this is a living document. Council may direct staff to include additional active transportation recommendations into the plan for other areas within the municipality. I'll go further into details about that in my presentation. The routes that were selected were based off of community consultation. And secondly, the active transportation plan will be used as a guide for council moving forward. So this is similar to our accessibility plan and the climate action plans as some examples. At the end of the day, council makes the decisions of where to allocate funds and approves the budget. So the project overview. This is an update to the current 2010 Active Transportation Plan to continue enhancing active transportation within the municipality. The document provides a long-term vision and plan for active transportation in our communities. It identifies recommended AT networks improvements. It identifies policies, programs, and initiatives to encourage more AT over the next 10 years, and priorities for implementing at high-level cost estimates. While high-level routes have been identified, all routes will require further study and design before construction. Many routes included in this plan were also included in the 2010 plan, so there are a few repeats resulting from the 2 rounds of community engagement. So what is active transportation? It is all forms of human-powered transportation, which includes cycling, walking, jogging, skateboarding, mobility devices such as wheelchairs, walkers, or strollers, and all travel that uses human power as the motor for movement. A variety of trip purposes and length, whether for commuting or going for recreation purposes. And there is a wide range of benefits, such as health, environmental, economical by supporting tourism and local businesses, social connections, improving safety, and the convenience and choice. The plan was developed over a 10-month process, which included 4 phases. There were 2 rounds of community and stakeholder engagement, and the plan is now finalized and prepared for council. So as previously mentioned, there were 2 rounds of community engagement. Round 1 was focused on understanding community members' current priorities and their current challenges and barriers to participating. There were 3 community pop-up events at the LCLC Family Fun Day, New Germany Farmers Market, and the South Shore Sustainability Summit. There were online surveys and interactive maps, which received 178 responses, and there were 2 virtual stakeholder meetings that were hosted. The second round had 2 open houses, one at New Germany Legion and the other at Petite Fire Hall. The online survey received 160 responses. There were 2 focus groups with people with lived experiences, a virtual stakeholder meeting, and an active transportation steering committee where the consultant went through all the recommended routes. What we learned from the community members. This helped inform the development of the plan and also were echoed in some of MODL's previously plans, such as the active living strategy. So the first one was the top barriers for walking. There was a lack of sidewalks and paved shoulders, concerns about the condition of road shoulders, and speed, noise, and volume for motor vehicle traffic. The second similar barriers were for cycling, with a lack of dedicated on-street bicycle facilities, lack of bicycle routes separated from traffic, and again, speed, noise, volume of motor vehicle traffic. The top priorities for community members consist of improving road safety for all users, making active transportation choices more accessible for people of all ages and abilities, reducing reliance on motor vehicles, and providing more AT choices, especially for those who are unable to afford the cost of owning a vehicle. Types of projects that community members would like to see prioritized include building on and expanding the existing trail network, creating walking loops near popular community destinations, and creating safe walking and cycling routes around schools. Throughout all of the community consultation, members and stakeholders and staff, there were 3 key themes emerged and what was used to guide the development of the plan. The first was connect, and this is providing a safe and comfortable connection throughout the municipality and identifies strategies to improve active transportation facilities as well as recreation and community destination. The second was experience, and improving the experience for walking, biking, and rolling, and making AT an active and reliable way to move and explore. And the third theme was encourage. And this is encouraging, creating a culture around AT and making it more common in the municipality, which can be accomplished through wayfinding, awareness, celebration, and promotion. So at a high level, this is the vision that was crafted based on the community consultation and in collaboration with municipal staff. The updated vision statement is, by 2035, we will strive to have our communities connected by well-maintained routes that make walking, wheeling, and cycling in the municipality a safe, easy, and convenient choice for all. This vision statement was updated after the presentation made in 2024 by a council motion. I will note that the document in the agenda package for the plan has the old motion, which was by error, so the new vision statement is shown on the PowerPoint and will be updated in the document moving forward. So you will see the 3 themes, and under each of the themes are 4 strategies for directing policy and program recommendations. Also, under each of these strategies, our details in the plan are a series of action that give us more specific actions going forward. So the recommended active transportation network has an approximate length of improvements of 34.15 kilometers. And there are 5 different types of facility types that the consultant recommended. The first is neighborhood greenways, and this is typically a traffic calming process where you seek to reduce the vehicle speed and volume along the corridor. This is when you do not have the space or the right-of-way to create additional facilities that are separate or the funds to do so. It's an economical option, but it can increase the comfort of pedestrians and cyclists. The second is the multi-use path, and this is typically a paved 3-meter wide sharing space. The third are trails, and this is what's mostly existing within the municipality. And this is a different surface than the multi-use path, which is most commonly the loose gravel and is still typically about 3 meters wide. The fourth is sidewalks. It recommended expanding the networks of sidewalks. And the last is paved shoulders. The Department of Public Works were consulted with the routes during the creation of this plan, and the consultants made changes based on their feedback that they provided. The consultants shared that the department representatives were supportive and improved in concept and in theory. So the first area we will talk about is Cookeville. This came up a lot and in terms of the growth patterns. So the rationale is it is an area of present and future residential development. It is the largest commercial area within the municipality. And there was a youth walkability audit by Scolaire de la Rive-Sud in 2021, where the students identified walking connectivity to their school in the commercial area. Their proposed length is 3.1 kilometers, which includes the section across Highway 103 to connect to Bridgewater town limits. Each area has recommended facility types. So for this area, they include sidewalks and a multi-use path where feasible along Highway 10. Our current project underway is the Osprey Village Sidewalk Project. In the 2025-26 capital budget, the design for this included $250,000. And in the proposed 26-27 capital is the construction, which is currently estimated at $5 million. So this would include sidewalks, curb and gutter, water, stormwater infrastructure, traffic signal lights, pedestrian crossing, lighting, and seating. The next area is New Germany, which was also greatly discussed by both the surveys and in-houses. And the rationale was the need for improvements identified in the online survey and in-person engagement. This was also identified in the 2010 plan. The proposed length is 3.1 kilometers, and the recommended facility types are neighborhood greenways and multi-use path where feasible. The next area is Blockhouse, and the rationale is it's a popular commercial core in the municipality, and it is an area draw for residents and visitors to our community. The proposed length is 1.2 kilometers, and the recommended facility types are the neighborhood greenways and the multi-use path. Petite Riviere, it's a popular boat launch and well-visited general store. The community feedback indicated support for connecting bridge and crossing to the general store, local fire hall, and the community picnic area. The proposed length is 210 meters, which would be a walking loop, and the recommended facility types are neighborhood greenways and the multi-use path. Next is the MARC Connector. The MARC is a popular community amenity for residents within the municipality and neighboring communities. The proposed length is 0.16 kilometers, which is coming off Highway 3, and the recommended facility types are multi-use path, neighborhood greenways, and trail. Next is LaHave and Riverport. For LaHave, the rationale is it is a re-owned spot to stop for visitors, proximity to Fort Point Museum, and creates nice routes for visitors and locals. For Riverport, the rationale is its relatively high-density area, creating safe way will increase possibility for economic development. And for the proposed length, LaHave is 1.8 kilometers, and Riverport is 0.68 kilometers. And the recommended facility types for LaHave, sidewalk, multi-use path, and neighborhood greenway. And Riverport is neighborhood greenway, multi-use path. Next is Big Mush Mush Lake. This is one of the most popular water access points requested by engagement participants and will provide residents and visitors with direct link to walking and biking trails throughout the nearby forest. The proposed length is 8 kilometers, and the recommended facility types are multi-use path, neighborhood greenway, and a trail. Next is South LaHave. The province deemed that Route 332 be part of the Blue Route in 2024. It provides great cycling route along the southern portion of the LaHave River. It is already a popular route for cyclists, and it would improve safety for riders and other road users. The proposed length is 15 kilometers, and the recommended facility types are paved shoulders and multi-use path. Next is the LaHave River Trail. This is a very popular critical north-south trail for off-highway vehicle corridor for MODL and the broader region. The existing gap forces trail users onto the Highway 10 as there's minimal facilities to keep them removed from vehicles. There have been gaps identified. Since this report, some of the gaps have been addressed and closed, and the LaHave River Trail Association is working hard to close the final gaps. The recommended facility types are the multi-use path and a trail. The opportunities is a new section that was added from the original 2024 active transportation plan that was presented. As opportunities arise to enhance or expand active transportation networks within the municipality, staff will evaluate these opportunities for inclusion even if they are not outlined in the current plan. So it's important to note that this is a living document. Council may direct staff to include additional active transportation recommendations into the plan for other areas across the municipality. This approach supports ongoing improvement for connectivity, safety, and accessibility for all users. An example of this is the consideration of paved shoulders in Wyleville if the province of Nova Scotia's Department of Public Works includes the major road repaving in its 5-year highway improvement plan. The Wyleville area has a dense community and is located near the major hub of the town of Bridgewater, providing strong potential for active transportation connections for walking and cycling. So for implementation, the plan established a long-term framework with improvements over short-term, which is 1 to 2 years, medium-term, which is 2 to 5 years, and long-term, which is 5+ years. AT improvements include 34.15 kilometers of new or improved infrastructure, and all recommended corridors will require further corridor feasibility and design studies. Improvements grouped in 3 phases based on prioritization factors, including proximity to schools, commercial areas, and community destinations, network connectivity, population density and equity need. So the equity need includes those who may not have access to a vehicle and reducing barriers for those to access amenities, which was previously mentioned through the stakeholder process. Network need, so how does it support the overall network, and existing road classifications such as high speed and high volume, or needs more protection and separation. For phase 1, the estimated capital cost is 6.3 to 9.9 million, and the cost includes the 3 areas below with the recommended facility types, which include Cookville, LaHave River Trail, and the Mark Connector. These were felt to be the higher prioritization projects, and they were also the most commonly identified and a pressing need from a safety lens. Phase 2 is 4.9 to 7.9 million, and this includes New Germany, LaHave, and Blockhouse. And phase 3 is 15.5 million to 27.4 million, which includes South LaHave, Big Mushmush, Petite Riviere, and Riverport. So there are funding strategies. The first is capital planning, which is incorporate the recommendations into operating and capital budgets moving forward. The second is integration, to integrate pedestrian and cycling improvements with other plans and capital projects where possible. The third is external funding sources, such as provincial programs and initiatives, federal funding for grant opportunities, and staffing resources. So implementing the plan will be the responsibility of the Active Living Coordinator, but will also require support from all members of all municipal departments. The municipality continues to make meaningful strides in enhancing active transportation options across our communities. And we try to embrace opportunities as they arise. So I'll go over a few of the recent active transportation projects within the municipality. The Osprey Village Sidewalk Project, as previously mentioned. We provide annual funding support for trail groups. We are enhancing trails in multiple parks for accessibility, installing trail seating and rest stops. We have an e-bike loan program. MODL currently has 7 e-bikes where residents can borrow for free. Funding support was by the province to purchase these with the full launch of the program in the spring. We have also received funding to acquire an accessible e-bike as well. We are exploring partnerships with Lunenburg County Wheels to support transporting the e-bikes into our community, making it more equitable for our users, and e-bike pop-up try-a-ride events. We have partnered with Lunenburg County Wheels to install bike racks. We began the Women on Wheels program, which is now a self-sufficient program. We are partnering with community halls to install bike racks. We are planning a summer youth biking program in partnership with Headville School. We are planning a adult how-to-bike program for the spring and install bike repair stations. We have a rural walk-friendly initiative and free safety equipment, which includes safety vests, flashlights, wearable safety lights, walk-friendly signs, and bike bells. There's potential for AT improvements with the Osprey Village beautification plan. We have a walking program with different local nursing homes within the municipality. We are exploring with groups near trails to begin a park and explore model. We have partnered with the Bridgewater and Area Chamber of Commerce for Make Your Move at work sessions, hosting lunchtime walks with local businesses. We are reviewing public transit options with Town of Bridgewater, and we will need to ensure that we comply with the new built environment accessibility standards as we do any renovations or create new active transportation infrastructure. So just to circle back about the active transportation plan, so just to reiterate that this is a living document and it's used as a guide for council's decisions moving forward. And I thank you.
Thank you. That was a really great presentation on what is a very dense report. And I know that as a new counselor who wasn't here for the 2024 presentation, I really appreciate that. And I'll just remind everyone that, as Ms. Cunningham said at the beginning, this is for information purposes today. And the idea is that the report will come back to a policy and strategy meeting in January, and then it will be, then there will be an ask for an approval or not. So now is the time to ask any questions. Okay, Councillor Oikel and then Councillor Brooks.
Thank you very much. So I recall this, and I've also went to the public meetings as well myself. Can you explain what is the meaning of where feasible? To be specific on what that means, what it entails, and who decides if it's feasible?
So where feasible would be in the areas that we would be able to do that infrastructure. So all of these routes are currently at a high level, and they would require the further study and design before construction. So the where feasible would then be during that stage, when we do a further design to determine which of the infrastructure types we'd be able to do.
So, because I'm thinking of, because many of the corridors are through private property. So where feasible would be whether or not those people that own those properties would allow it. That would be a where feasible moment, correct?
Yes, that would be an example of
Okay,
one.
great. I just want to clarify that for, oh, my ears are starting to pop. I'm hearing better now. Sorry about that. For the residents to understand that, what that actually means, and to understand that many of those corridors, specifically the one to Mushmush, is through, private property. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for the presentation. There's a lot to be excited about in here. I'm hoping that our council will focus on what we have control over, which is municipal assets on municipal land. Some of this is aspirational, and I'll say straight up, some of it is not going to happen. So the government has told us there will be no paving of shoulders, of roads, or anything. That's not going to happen. It may happen in the future, but it's not going to happen in the next 4 years. So when we prioritize these things, I hope we can prioritize them in terms of what we can achieve within our own power and our own capability, because some of these are going to be just non-starters. So I don't want the community to think they're going to see bike shoulders on the 332, because they're not. Thank you.
Okay, and before I go to you, Councillor Hubley, I missed that our Deputy CAO had his hand up, so him and then you.
I thought Councillor Oikel had made your question was excellent, and there's a need to understand how a plan like this fits in with everything else that council does. So when you make a strategy of this level, whether it's a housing strategy or an active transportation strategy or whatever it is, it's a chance to take a careful look at a specific area and look at, what are the needs, what are the issues, what are some dreams, those types of things. So bringing this back here is an opportunity for council to look at that and identify, for example, as Councillor Brooks has raised, there's some areas that you actually think are less feasible or important or achievable. So we are looking for some of that direction. But even once the plan is approved, there is language in there around, like, we want to try to do this, or these things, we'll do them when they're feasible. And so the practical purpose of how the plan works is, number one, it's always communication. You're communicating to your residents, to stakeholders that are helping you achieve these things, what you see as the vision. But then how that gets articulated and implemented still comes back to council. So staff use these documents to help us build work plans. We use them to help build our operating budgets, and we use them to help build our capital budgets. And all of those budget pieces then come back to council. So the rubber meets the road when you look at your 5-year capital plan and you say, these projects are in, and these are future years, if feasible projects, those types of things. So council is the ultimate decider of whether or not it's feasible, and you're doing that based on the advice from staff. But this is your opportunity to look at these priorities and projects and say, yeah, we like how this looks. We think this does accurately reflect a good vision for how we want to see active transportation develop in our communities.
And I'll just pass it over to our Director of Recreation. You have something else to add on this topic?
Well, I think Alex alluded to it. Thank you very much. Feasibility would also include costing. So I just want to make that clear that, if something's not feasible from a cost perspective based on where our reserves are, or we're only going to do it if we get a certain percentage of grants and those don't come through, that lens of feasibility is also from a costing, not just can a multi-use path go here or are private residents in agreement. There's that costing piece as well from a feasibility point of view. So I just wanted to raise that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. I apologize to Wendy for bringing this up. My concern is in Wildville. I work in that area, and to me, it's more of a safety issue than an AT plan. Do you know something that we don't? That it's here and maybe the province is going to do something there? I noticed it's in the report, and I was kind of hoping that that was promising. No, huh? Okay, wishful thinking.
We can answer that a little more fully. We had, as this council is well aware, you've been making extra effort to try and incorporate public engagement into many more things that you're doing. And so as part of budget and strategic priorities last year, we had resident input identifying the volume of pedestrian and the potential for safety concerns and the benefit that that would provide. So we went looking to see if there were opportunities, and there are no opportunities imminently. But this is your active transportation strategy. It was excellent input, and so I think this is recreation staff's work to incorporate that piece of public input into your strategic planning.
I'm actually very happy to see it there. Thank you.
Okay, back to our Director of Recreation.
Sorry, and because of that discussion last year and the comments made by the public members, it made us realize that there was a piece missing that we should have probably clarified. That as we do with everything, we have a plan, it helps guide us, but sometimes things aren't specific in the plan. So we want to take opportunities when they present themselves, because maybe there wasn't an opportunity, or maybe during the public consultation, a new development hadn't happened yet, right? So we wanted to include a piece to say, yes, these are the 35.1.5, I think is what you said, Kelly, that's been identified through the public consultation. This is what the consultant has narrowed in on. But we also have to keep our mind open to opportunities that might present themselves that's not specific in the plan.
Councillor Smith.
I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about neighborhood greenways, and partly I bring this up because I get a lot of calls from residents who are telling me they can't walk on the roads because the brush is growing into the road. So I feel like people already feel like they have greenways. But it's not calming the traffic. It's making them feel less safe because there's nowhere to step off the road, and the deer are in the road, you know, before people see them. So, I mean, it's, you know, I don't raise this to be funny. I'm actually, you know, I have heard about, you know, traffic calming studies before, but I'm just wondering how helpful it is in some of our rural areas, especially that have a lot of deer issues.
So for neighborhood greenways, the goal is to slow people down. And the greenways is used, like you mentioned, as the traffic calming measures, but they can use things such as speed humps to keep vehicles to slow down. And it's designed to give priority to pedestrians and cyclists. Enhanced treatments like high visibility crosswalks or traffic signals are also an option that could be done. The consultant also did note that the province was developing a traffic calming policy that will look into further guidance on what it could look like. So hopefully that will come as well.
Thanks, and I think our Director of Recreation, Trudy Payne, has something to add.
And I think when the consultant recommended those would be more, if I can use the word, more urban-based communities that would have more, not necessarily your more rural communities. And I'm not sure if that's what you're speaking of, because like a speed bump, you're probably not going to put on the main number 10, right? You would put it somewhere in a community, perhaps like Petite or New Germany. I would say if we're having concerns about the brush, that would be a concern that we might want to convey to Public Works. Yeah, so we, you know, in the municipality, we have diverse communities, some more rural, some more urban-based, and that's really where some of the recommendations were coming from and how the connections would be, as was presented in the plan, and making those natural connections that people naturally walk on. So in rural communities, it's probably mainly paved shoulders, and has already been alluded to, we are at the mercy of when Public Works puts that in their 5-year capital plan. So we have had situations where council has invested in paved shoulders in the past because it has been identified in the 5-year plan of Public Works. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's really where those recommendations came from for the calming.
If I could just have a follow-up based on what you just said. Can I just confirm where it comes from that there's going to be no money for paved shoulders, as Councillor Brooks said? Is that 5-year plan or?
Currently, in the 5-year capital plan that the province has, there is no identified major capital road construction. So if they're just doing an overlay, they're not going to be even considering paved shoulders, because studies have showed when they've added the paved shoulders to a minimal upgrade like that, it cracks. So it becomes more of a safety issue than having not put the paved shoulder there in the first place. So it's when they really take it down to the bare and do a repaving that's when they'll consider paved shoulders, and then that's when the municipality would partner. So right now in the 5-year capital plan, I think that's what Councillor Brooks was referring to. You know, if they put their new 5-year capital plan out next year, there might be an area, and one of the things we do as recreation staff is we review that 5-year capital plan every time they bring it out to identify some of those opportunities.
Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor McLean-Wild?
Yeah, I probably have a lot of comments, but I think I'll hold on to them for a while. I just see such a big price tag with this that it's, my concern is around building expectations. And I think we're living with some of that from our park experience. And it scares me a bit when we have a plan and outline all of the things that we think are possible. I think I want us to be very careful about building expectations about what's possible when you see, a price tag of over, 10-year period, which would be more than $4 million a year. To do what's outlined in this at today's prices, it would be $4 to $5 million a year for active transportation. We don't have that money. And it's great to have a plan, but I think we need a realistic plan as well. So maybe that's enough on that. We can get into more of the details when it comes back. But my concern is around, and Councillor Brooks and I have raised this, is around the reference to the Blue Route. I attended the Cycling Summit and took part in one of the panel discussions with a representative of Cycle Nova Scotia. And in doing that, I learned more about how blue routes are identified. And I have real issues with them. As a cyclist, my expectation is when you have a route identified that's marked with signage on a road, that it would meet certain standards. And, the standards that are associated with identifying blue routes, I think, are less than optimal. And in fact, at some point, can put people at significant risk. So I question the validity of us even associating with the Blue Route. We have it in our area, and I think, to be honest, I think it's really unfortunate for a portion of it. Some of it's okay, but some of it isn't. And when you read the criteria, it's pretty, it's a little wishy-washy about how that's identified. And the partnership that's required between Public Works and other agencies to make that truly a safe, enjoyable experience, I think is not, we don't have that in place. And so I am very concerned about the reference to blue routes here, and only because of the experience I think we've seen with some of what's been identified as blue route. I associate those kind of identifications with good safety, and when you read the criteria for what's identified as a blue route, it's identified as an area that builds on the, and I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but builds on the beauty and infrastructure, taking you to places where there would be, restaurants and that kind of thing. There's some kind of reference to road conditions, but it's not overly specific. So that, I think, is a bit problematic when we start thinking about the blue route in the context of active transportation. I think there are elements in this report around reference to the current trails that we have. I think there is a lot of more work that can be done to encourage our population to use those trails, and with some, I think perhaps in some areas, some easily modified aspects of the trail, even the finishes that are put on the trail, can make it more accessible and more and encourage more use. So let me use the example of the Bull Run Trail, which I think is very well maintained for cyclists and those that maybe are pushing carriages of just the finish they've used. And that is in sharp contrast to some of our other trails that don't have that level of finish on them and aren't as easy for those that want to push a baby carriage or cycle or take children with small bikes on. So I think there is a lot of elements within this report that are lower cost that we could really focus on to make what we already have more usable. And I think that there is a role for us to play, I think, around bike safety. And this came up at the cycling summit and I never really thought about it. I grew up on a bicycle, but a lot of people have not grown up on a bicycle, and there are a lot of adults that would like to learn to bicycle, and they need safety, they need maintenance, workshops, and I see that is in some of the planning here. And I think that that's a really valuable thing because, and especially now with e-bikes, the growth in the number of adults, particularly senior adults, that are wanting to use a bicycle has, I think, I've seen it in many other areas, really mushroomed. I think it will grow here. It has grown, but it's going to grow even more. So I think some of this really points to the need to really build out on what we already have, as opposed to, it's good to have the aspirational thought, but there's a lot of work we can do with what we already have to make it even better and more accessible to a wider range of our population.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? Councillor Smith.
I just wondered if anything had come up in the consultation in the plan around dogs. I ask because as someone who walks on country roads and uses active transportation, where, you know, it feels fairly safe to walk on my road, except for sometimes, I might get in trouble for saying this, but dogs on the loose. And I know that it impacts people who want to get out and get exercise. Because, you know, you'll meet people and people will say, they'll identify where dogs are and which dogs to be careful of and that kind of thing. And to me, that's kind of one of those, like, how do we improve things? How do we improve what we already have? And whether it's on trails or whether it's on your roads where people are out having walks, is there anything around awareness around the dog bylaw or something like that that could be, you know, something that just improves the safety or the feeling of safety when you're out for a walk or a run or cycling or what have you? I just see that as maybe one of the low-hanging, like, improving quality of life questions.
Go for it.
It didn't come up to my recollection, or the consultant certainly didn't convey it. It didn't come up in the What We Heard report. I have been a person that's went for a walk and haven't chose certain routes because of dogs. I think that's probably everywhere. So the answer, simple answer is yes, we could do public awareness. How much we can control that is another story, because people often do what they want to do. But we could certainly make it public awareness and education part of that initiative.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, absolutely. Like, I think that actually a lot of people would be surprised that Modal has a dog bylaw. I know that through personal experience, and I was surprised that we had a dog bylaw, you know, several years when I had looked into it. And one of the first things that the dog bylaw officer does is educate people. We do have a bylaw, and here's the rules around. So I think that, you know, it's a little thing, and it can help prevent some nasty situations before they occur.
Thank you. And I have a quick question before we're going to take a little break after this, but you mentioned a summer youth biking program at Hebville. I was just wondering if that could be extended to include more of the schools in the municipality.
So, I'll start if there's anything you want to add. Headville Academy has a fleet of bicycles currently that they own and purchase. There's about 25, I believe. So currently it's within that school itself. And the reason we're looking to do a summer program is because during the school year, the kids are using those bikes at Headville Academy. So currently it's just at that school. Is there anything you wanted to?
It really is because they have the bikes, and I'll give kudos to the school. They reached out to us and asked if we could partner with them. And so we saw this as an opportunity to educate youth around the biking. But part of their stipulation is it stays within the Headville area.
Okay, if there are no further comments or questions, we will take a 5-minute break.
Oh, I'm going to plug in.
Okay. I don't know whose laptop this is. Did you?
Okay. I see most of us are back, and the recording is back up. So our next item on the agenda is Pro Kids Reserve Budget Request, and we have Tissy Bolivar, Program Coordinator, here to present that.
Thank you. As Madam Chair said, I'm here to request that the Finance Committee recommend to Municipal Council to approve up to $21,418.99 in additional funds for the Pro Kids program for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, and further that these funds come out of the Pro Kids reserves. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on Pro Kids. For anyone who may not be familiar, I did put one of our Pro Kids brochures on all of your workstations that you can have, and there's an application form in there as well. So Pro Kids is a program that provides financial assistance to children and youth from the municipality of Lunenburg who, due to lack of funds, are not able to participate in sport, recreation, and cultural activities. This program strives to remove financial barriers to ensure every child and youth has the opportunity to participate. So Pro Kids uses an equity lens and tries to reduce barriers as much as possible for youth to apply for funding. So we have an application process. The intake is year-round, so there's no deadlines associated with it. We have 3 different ways that people can apply. We have an online form on our website. We have a fillable PDF application, and we also have a paper copy, which is in your brochure. On the form, we ask for a reference or a notice of assessment. With that said, we do not have a financial, there's no financial threshold that they have to meet in order to receive funding. So with some applications or some programs like not Canadian Tire Jumpstart, because they no longer fund individuals. So the only other funding option for recreation sport is kids sport, and that is only for registered sports. So they actually have a financial threshold that families have to meet in order to qualify for that, where Pro Kids does not. And the one thing I will say that an NOA is reflective of the previous year's finances for the family, so situations can change, which is why having a reference is also beneficial. So, to date, in 2025 and 2026, we have processed over 350 applications, representing nearly 200 individual applications. So, 350 applications. You can apply quarterly for Pro Kids, so a child could apply spring, summer, fall, and winter, so up to 4 times a year, but only 1 program per season. So over almost 200 individual applications, so that's individual youth that have applied, for a total amount of $83,559.26. In addition to Council's contribution to the program, we've raised just over $23,000 in grants and donations to support the program. We are still receiving applications for the program. However, our current budget is depleted. To process additional applications, we do need more funds, which is why we're requesting to use the reserves that we have. So the reserve, how we built up the reserve over the years is if we didn't use our full budget in one fiscal year, any remaining funds would go into the reserve. So if we had a budget of $50,000 and we spent $40,000 in applications, the remaining 10 would go into the reserve. So in 2023 was the first year we had to dip into the reserve, and it's been an ongoing trend because the cost of registrations and equipment has been increasing exponentially, and we're seeing more and more families requiring the financial assistance in order to participate. So this Pro Kids supports families and improves quality of life, which is one of your strategic focuses, by making it easier for everyone to join activities that support health, happiness, and connection. When cost isn't a barrier, people can stay active, meet others, try new things, and feel more involved in their community, and it leads to better well-being and a stronger sense of belonging for everyone. So to continue processing more applications, like I mentioned, we do need more budget. In the reserve, we do have the $21,418.99, which we are looking to have approval to spend up to that amount. If we do not spend up to that amount, The remaining funds would stay in the reserve for future use. Yeah, so any questions?
So first, I'll just ask someone to put the motion on the floor. Deputy Mayor Vino?
Thank you. To the chair and members of the committee, of the Finance Committee, I move that the Finance Committee recommends to Municipal Council that Municipal Council approve up to $21,418.99 in additional funds for the ProKids program for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, and further, that these funds come out of the ProKids reserves, and I so move.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hubley, seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Brooks.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to say, I've said it before, I really love this program. I feel really, really strongly about it, and I want to see it even grow in the future if there are ways to do that. My only concern is, and this is something we face with a lot of these situations, is to be sure that we're getting the need into the hands of the people who need it the most. And because we don't have any income declaration statement, we're working on trust. And maybe that's all we need. But as budgets get tighter and the need grows, it's our due diligence to try to make sure that need gets into the right hands. I don't necessarily have an answer right now. I just think we need to be cognizant of that.
Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation.
Mayor McLean-Weil?
So with this decision today, if we support this, then we have no reserves left for ProKids?
Correct. If I were to use the entire
Right.
reserve until the end of this fiscal,
Right.
if it doesn't get used, it would stay in reserves.
And what did we spend last year in total?
Last year, we spent $96,860.91.
So it's close to 100,000. This would be, if you factor inflation in it, with the 83,529 that's been spent plus this,
Yeah.
we're probably going to spend it all.
It's very possible.
I mean, this is only
We're into
December, so people are going to register for the next quarter, which
Yeah.
is January, February, March.
Yeah, right now, we're starting to receive more of the applications for, December, January, February, March time periods for the winter.
Right.
So, yeah, we are.
Okay.
Councillor Smith?
I know that last year, as part of the budget process, we got stats on ProKids. Can you just remind me of what we collect as, I'm looking at the application form, so I see some of the information that we collect, or the information we collect. Can you just remind me of what kind of stats we gather? And I'm particularly interested in, who we might be missing with this program, and how would we know whether we're missing, different groups, or and whether that's geographically based, or whether it's cultural, or based on the form of recreation. Because I know that sports is something that you can take part in, but you can also take part in arts and culture and get assistance for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can give you a bit of a breakdown from 2024, 2025. We don't have an analysis of where we are in this current fiscal year. So in 2024, 2025, we processed 398 individual applications, and that represents 205 actual recipients. So 205 recipients, some of them applied multiple times, so we had 398 applications. The number one activity that was funded was music programs. So music is our number one funded activity, which doesn't have another funding source. So like I mentioned, Kids Sport is an option for registered sports. However, there's nothing that covers that music and cultural component and arts. So music is our number one funded activity last fiscal, and I would wager that it probably is again this year. So we had 98 applications specifically for music. The next highest would have been dance at 49. So music is far, far above the second place. And then the next one would be like day camps and things like that, so a lot of summer camps, which again, wouldn't have another funding source, so wouldn't be eligible for Kids Board. So those were our top three. On our applications, as of 2024, 2025, we did include, and I realize they're not on the paper copy here, I realize these are our old application forms, so we will provide some updated ones. But we do ask a few questions around underrepresented communities on our forms that people don't have to answer, but they can choose to if they wish. So the three questions are, does the person identify as belonging to a visible minority group, identify as belonging to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, or identify as a person with a disability? So in 2024, 2025, we had 5 disclose that they belong to a visible minority group, 5 disclose that they belong to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and 7 identify as a person with a disability. And if I were looking at the breakdown by district, the district that, there was 2 districts that we had the most applications, and that was District 2 and District 8, followed closely by District 5. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and you'll be bringing updated numbers
Yeah.
for next year.
Deputy Mayor Vino.
I know there's other municipalities locally that also have a Pro Kids program. Are you aware of any of those municipalities collecting financials to process applications?
Yeah. So there are 4 Pro Kids programs locally, so the town of Bridgewater, town of Lunenburg, us, and the district of Chester. So the town of Lunenburg and the town of Bridgewater both have an income threshold that they set on their application, so they require a notice of assessment, whereas us and the district of Chester do not. Yep.
Any further discussion? Councillor Oikel.
I really like the fact that we do the trust, and I realize that we are using public funds for it, but I want to make, just in case there are some of us that are considering that maybe we need to do a threshold or whatnot, to realize that regardless as to what a family's making, you need to count how many people that they're supporting, as well as what their debt is, as a family, right? And that they may not have, regardless as to how much money they have coming in, they may not have the funds to support their children.
Right. The notice of assessment is one picture of a family's financial finances. It doesn't take into consideration all of the other factors exactly, which is kind of why the reference is a good gauge of that as well. And just to note that the references, we don't accept like a family friend or relative or anything like that. It has to be like a member of the church or a doctor or someone through community services or a coach, someone that's not kind of a third party, not someone directly impacted by the family, but who has an idea of their financial situation of the family.
Any further discussion before we put this to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 9.3.1 and on the police clearance certificate. And we have Susan Berry, the Supervisor of Corporate Services and Communications, to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to talk a little bit about one of our bylaws that authorizes us to charge the police clearance certificate application fee of $25. So the recommendation, should council wish to remove the fee for all criminal record checks, staff recommend the repeal of the bylaw of 017, fees charged for police clearance certificate applications, to remove this fee. So the background is that we obviously have this bylaw that outlines the fee. The bylaw does not require a fee to be charged for a student or for a volunteer of a nonprofit organization. So the current process is a resident who is not a student or volunteer comes to the front counter here at the building. They pay their $25. They take that receipt to the RCMP station that serves the community that they live in. So they can't just zip over to Cookville if they live in Garden Lots, for example. So this is a burden for folks to come to two different locations, particularly those that are served by the Lilydale detachment. So council raised this issue and directed staff to examine the feasibility of removing the fee. So going through some of our neighboring municipalities, ourselves and the town of Bridgewater are the only two municipalities that charge a fee. So the town of Bridgewater charges $30, we charge $25, and everyone does not charge a fee for volunteer students. And then going across the province, it's kind of a smattering of different options. A few municipalities direct people to an online provider, so there's a variety of different companies that will provide this as a fee for service. And then a lot of them have no fee associated with the criminal record check. So as we know, this has become a standard part of the employment process for most folks seeking employment, so they need to provide that criminal record check to their employer. So it is a small amount of revenue, but it is increasing, and it's something that council should consider whether they want to look at user fees or supported by tax revenue. So there are a few considerations. So the $25 fee can pose a challenge to those who are seeking employment who may not have employment currently. You know, if you're in the situation of, you know, what bill do you pay kind of thing, the $25 to obtain the employment to get you out of that situation can be a hurdle. It also can provide a prohibitive barrier for equity-seeking groups. If, for example, if you have accessibility issues and you live in Garden Lots, you need to arrange transportation up to the municipal services building, pay your $25 fee, arrange that transportation back down to the Lilydale detachment. So that can be a prohibitive barrier for folks. The other consideration is that this represents staff time at the counter. So based on the 24-25 fiscal fees collected of just shy of $16,000, so that represents at a minimum of 637 interactions at the front counter. The reality is those interactions are actually higher because folks come in and they're volunteering, and then we direct them to the RCMP directly, or they live in the town of Bridgewater and we direct them back. So that is staff time that I could redirect to increase responsiveness for other interactions. The alternatives are to direct staff to investigate an online provider of criminal record checks or leave the bylaw as is. So in conclusion, there's definitely benefits to repealing the bylaw, removing the fee. It would provide minor improvements to residents' quality of life and some greenhouse gas emissions with that extra trip up here for those that are served by the Lilydale detachment.
Great, thank you. And can I get someone to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Smith?
To the chair, Councillor Reinhardt, and members of committee, I move that the Finance Committee recommends to Municipal Council that Municipal Council repeal bylaw 017, fees charged for police clearance certificate applications, and conduct first reading at the December 9th, 2025 council meeting. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Vino, seconded. And any discussion on the motion? Okay, Councillor Brooks, and then Councillor Smith.
In my mind, from what you've explained, it seems like the logistics play as much of a hassle for people having to drive from one location as the fee is. So if we're going to get out of this, I'd like us to get out of it altogether and go to a third person who's handling all of it. That is substantial staff time that you're talking about up front. I think we could use it in a better way. So I would, you know, I'm okay with waiving the fees, but I would like to see us out of running it all together.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we waive the fees, we are out of it altogether, because that's the only part of it that we do. And I would concur. It's, what I hear most from residents about this is that, 3 words kind of sum it up. It's inefficient, it's unfair, and it's inequitable. So inefficiency is really around having to go to 2 buildings. And I love that you brought up Lilydale, because some of my residents have to come, like say you're up in Franny Corner. Like a lot of people don't realize you can't just go to Cookville. You have to go to Lilydale. So round trip, I think that adds 40 kilometers to an already very long trip to go get your criminal record check, to stop here first, because you could just go down the Cornwall Road directly to Lunenburg. So people are, that's very frustrating and unfair, because it's inconsistent among the municipal units. So you could be working in the same place, and the person next to you doesn't have to pay for a criminal record check because they live in Mahone Bay or Lunenburg or municipality of Chester. And then the inequitable thing is, it hits people in different ways. And just as an example, I had posted this on Facebook just to get responses from people. And it is interesting, like, out of all the things that we do, I got so much feedback on criminal record checks, and I think it's because it's one of those everyday things, those bureaucratic things that just grinds people a little bit. But a settlement coordinator for long-term care commented and said that what she sees especially is, as far as inequitable, is that you've got, she's settling newcomers to Nova Scotia who work in long-term care, and so they may not have transportation, and they have to somehow figure out, just when they're trying to get settled in the community, they have to figure out, like, getting themselves to the municipal building, then to the RCMP detachment. And it's just a lot of runaround, and it's actually quite expensive if they're using taxis. And yeah, I'll just leave it there. I mean, there's so much more. I got so many comments from people on this issue. And I think that the 2 rules, like different, it's different if you're a volunteer or if you're employed. It creates some confusion. People, a healthcare volunteer coordinator had commented that sometimes there's even confusion at the RCMP detachment that people have to come here first, even if they have the volunteer letter. So, there's a lot of anecdotal stuff, but I just think that the inefficiency around it is really a big sticking point for people. And affordability, like you say, when you're choosing what bill to pay, and you're just about to step into a job, and you might need new clothes, a tank of gas. It's frustrating.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Vino.
I think one of the options also mentioned was moving to an online option to get criminal record checks, and I just want to speak against this on a personal matter. If you do it online, you can sometimes get it faster, but it's 3 times the cost, so it's expensive, and it's not always accepted. They want the local detachment letter, not the online one, which doesn't give you the same information. So I will be supporting this motion for many of the reasons that other members have spoken to, with the back and forth for travel time, the inconsistency with other municipalities, and just to streamline the process for residents.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So if this motion carries, which I will be supporting it, so people needing the criminal records check can then just go to the RCMP station and all the paperwork is there? Okay. but so they can still get it done. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for all those in favor to raise their hands. Any opposed? Okay, motion is passed unanimously. Oh, apologies. Any abstaining? Okay. You can't abstain. You cannot abstain.
Put it down as a negative. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Bell is opposed, and the motion is passed. Okay, next we have economic development, and we have a presentation on communities in bloom from our economic development director, Dave Waters.
Hi, okay, thanks. It's actually going to be done by Sandra in our department. I just wanted to kick things off. Last year at our food hub consultation, I was introduced to a Frank Schoberg. I'm saying his name wrong, so I apologize. Frank, if you hear that, about communities in bloom and the thought of having the District of Lunenburg submit to Communities in Bloom. When I first thought of the idea, I wasn't quite convinced it was something that we were ready to do at that time, but after some discussions with Frank and some others, we thought it would make a really good baseline for the District of Lunenburg, and we wanted to also do a review of Osprey Village and where Osprey Village fit in that mechanism. So they came down and did a review with us. I will say I'm very glad we did it. We used our special project funding to cover the cost. It was extremely low and quite beneficial, and hopefully you'll like Sandra's presentation. Thanks, Sandra. Thank you. And Sandra did a fabulous job.
I paid him to say that. I emailed it to Joe, but I've got it down here. Hopefully. Okay. Okay, and I just want to check that one down there. Okay, now Dave's just moved there, hasn't he? Up. Okay, super. All right, so as Dave said, seeing an opportunity. Oh, let me just get that. Seeing an opportunity for a low-cost, arm's-length evaluation of the district, the Economic Development Department entered Modal into the 2025 Communities in Bloom Competition Atlantic Edition. Communities in Bloom is a volunteer and partnership-driven organisation that encourages communities to grow stronger, get more involved, and keep improving. It focuses on environmental sustainability, enhancing green spaces, and protecting cultural and natural heritage across all areas, municipal, residential, commercial, and institutional. The competition aims to foster community pride, environmental responsibility, and beautification. Participating communities often see tangible benefits, from increased civic pride and visible improvements to tourism and marketing opportunities. It's a community-wide effort involving residents, businesses, and government. Our goal was to get a clear, honest assessment of how MODL is perceived and to establish a baseline for future improvement, all for the relatively low-cost registration fee of $795. We also saw this as a chance to gather feedback on Osprey Village for an additional $795 and see how it measures up with the Communities in Bloom lens. The overall cost of the entry, including registration fees and associated hosting costs, was around $5,000 and came from the Economic Development Special Projects operating budget. We didn't involve outside partners for our entry, as the goal was to establish a baseline of where we stand right now without a big coordinated effort. But it wasn't just Dave and me. Kayla, our climate change coordinator, helped complete the community profile. Ruth, our tourism and event development officer, proofed the document and helped with the itinerary. And Kelly, our acting trails and open space coordinator, helped highlight Miller Point Peace Park during the tour. The judging took place in July, and we hosted them for 3 nights so they could also evaluate Osprey Village. Our well-traveled judges brought impressive experience with them. Susan had a strong background in tourism and economic development and led the City of Pembroke's Communities in Bloom Committee to an international win in 2013. John's background was in parks and recreation leadership, including CEO of the Niagara Parks Commission, with expertise in heritage, tourism, and strategic planning. Both were amazed by the beauty of our region. Susan with her passion for gardening and shorelines, and John with his interest in heritage, kayaking and cycling. They both really connected with our tour. It was their first time on the South Shore, and I'm sure it won't be their last. The community profile we submitted had to address as much of the CIB evaluation criteria as possible, and the itinerary was intended to complement the community profile. We made the most of our day, over 200 kilometres in about 9 hours, visiting nearly every council district. Highlights included Miller Point Peace Park, the Mark, Mushamush Beach, Indian Falls, and several community parks. We also showcased local businesses like the Hummingbird Cafe, Exotic Fruit Nursery, and the Rose Bay Bistro, and made sure our judges experienced our coastal culture from Fort Point Museum to the LaHave Ferry. It was a full day that captured the variety and character of Modal. Along the way, we highlighted many other community strengths: heritage churches, accessible recreation, local industries like wineries and tree farms, and partnerships with MICA and the Kingsburg Conservancy. We also talked about initiatives like Art on the Trail, the Blue Route, and the vital role of community groups in maintaining public spaces. These are all things that really define who we are. The community profile is divided into 6 sections. Each one goes into further detail on what the judges are looking for. The evaluation considers everyone's role, local government, businesses, residents, and community groups, and how they all work together to make things happen. A big part of it focuses on the rules and policies are in place to deal with different challenges and how the community responds to them. For example, under environmental action, judges look at what programs, guidelines, and long-term plans the municipality has, how businesses and residents get involved, and what local activities support those efforts. That same kind of layered approach runs through each category, giving the judges a full picture of how community collaborates, grows, and keeps improving. Community appearance looks at the overall tidiness, cleanliness, and visual appeal of public, private, and natural spaces. It considers how well maintained our buildings, streets, parks, and public areas are, and highlights community pride shown through beautification projects, property upkeep, and litter reduction efforts. The judges noted that most properties and trail systems were well cared for and litter-free. They loved the individuality of our hamlets and the new park furniture. They did recognise the challenge we face with public recognition, since we don't have a central urban core. They also noticed that some unsightly property issues were complaint-driven and that a few vacant properties needed attention. Environmental action looks at how a community cares for and protects the environment, everything from waste reduction and composting to water and energy conservation and the sustainable management of our green spaces. It also considers our policies, programs, and best practices that promote environmental stewardship. The judges observed that our active transportation plan is well supported by more than 110 kilometres of trails, and they commended our district's comprehensive waste management facility. They also noted that the beach at Mushmush Lake was clean and very well maintained. Their suggestions were to continue converting to electric tools and small equipment where possible, and to keep up the good work as we update our climate change action plan. In the heritage conservation category, judges looked at how we protect what makes our community unique, both our natural environment and our cultural heritage. That means caring for our landscapes and wildlife, as well as our historic buildings, monuments, cemeteries, museums, and local traditions. It's also about the people and groups, like our historical societies and cultural organisations, who help preserve our stories and identity. The judges saw the LaHave Ferry as both a heritage attraction and a key part of our tourism infrastructure. They were impressed by Modal's strong grant funding for heritage and history-based groups, noting how it builds continuity and awareness. They gave special mention to both museums we visited, calling them excellent resources that really tell our region's story. The tree management category highlights our community's commitment to managing and protecting trees, from planting and planning to conservation and pest control, and recognises everyone involved in keeping our forests healthy and thriving. Although Modal wasn't scored in this category, the judges shared useful feedback. They suggested bringing in a qualified arborist for critical pruning, and noted that our native coniferous forests play a vital role in soil retention and air quality. They were particularly impressed with the exotic fruit nursery and saw great potential for community education on fruit tree diversity. Landscape looks at how our community plans, designs, and maintains its outdoor spaces. This includes parks, streetscapes, greenways, and public gardens, as well as the thoughtful integration of natural and built elements. The category recognises efforts in creating functional, attractive, and sustainable spaces that enhance the character of our community and improve the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. In landscapes, the judges commended Modal for meeting accessibility standards like the kayak launch at Miller Point and the Moby Mat at Mushmush. They liked our use of reclaimed asphalt and noted that it's a smart choice both financially and environmentally. They praised the Blue Route as a real community asset and said our natural landscapes and shorelines were stunning at every turn, something worth protecting for generations to come. The plant and floral display sections celebrates the imaginative and well-maintained use of flowers throughout the community. It recognises the efforts of the municipality, businesses and residents in creating vibrant and welcoming spaces through the use of colour, design and plant selection. While this category wasn't scored, the judges still shared feedback. They didn't see many floral displays, but noted that the ones they did see at the LaHave Marine Museum and at our admin building were very, very well maintained. They gave a special shout out to Swiss Chalet for having the only floral display in Osprey Village, and complimented the Best Western and Boston Pizza for their beautiful flower beds. The judges made several thoughtful recommendations, many of which we are already doing or planning, such as implementing a wayfinding strategy, carrying out energy audits of municipal properties, holding celebratory tree growing events, and using trail counters to gather data, to name a few. Some of their recommendations included developing a recognition program for beautification, adding more shade and greenery in public spaces, and exploring a facade improvement program. Other ideas were public art projects, banners celebrating local life, programs recognising Indigenous and newcomer populations, and an Adopt a Tree program. They also suggested more floral displays and community pride initiatives in Osprey's Village big box retailers to match the great examples set by Best Western, Staples and Boston Pizza. The results were announced in Stratford, Ontario on October the 18th. Out of 650 possible points, we scored 422, about 65%, earning us 3 blooms. To reach 4 blooms, we'd need around 73, and 5 blooms requires 82. Tree management and plant and floral displays weren't scored, so we weren't penalised in those areas, things we don't normally do. Considering this was our first year and baseline effort, that's an impressive result. We also received special recognition for our municipal grants programme, a real point of pride. The judges wrote that these grants strengthen the fabric of community life, supporting artists, athletes and organisations that enrich daily life. They said our council's investments help foster creativity, inclusion and well-being, keeping Modal a vibrant and supportive place to live, work and play. So the next steps, we'll continue to explore and evaluate some of the judges' recommendations across departments and see how we can approach them through a community development lens. Then in a few years' time, we may look at re-entering Modal into communities in bloom, this time following the full process. That would mean forming a committee made up of council, local businesses and community organisations to help prepare the district for the judge's next visit. And this will we'll use this to measure how far we've come. In summary, our participation in Communities in Bloom gave us a clear picture of Modal's strengths, our beautiful landscapes, vibrant green spaces, strong heritage and environmental programmes. It also highlighted opportunities for improvement and provided practical recommendations that we can consider implementing to make our communities even more welcoming and sustainable. Overall, this experience has been a fantastic way to celebrate what makes Modal unique and to set a baseline for future growth. With that, we'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Mayor McLean-Weil.
Just the challenge, because we are a very large district with many communities, 135, am I correct? It's a bit daunting when you think about doing a district-wide contribution to this. The area that we probably, have the most control over are right here on our own site, and with our relationship with Welltide, and the changes that are being made in terms of streetscaping a bit. I'd look forward to those recommendations, because I think staff need to come back with a more like a really focused attention to what's realistic to do. I think doing this district-wide is not overly realistic unless one of our communities came forward and said, like New Germany or Petite or somewhere where you've got a concentrated area and wanted to do something. I can see that working, but I think district-wide it's just a really not that I'm not supportive of planting and flowers and trees, but I'm just not sure what's realistic here. So I look forward to what recommendations you might come forward with.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just let our Director of Economic Development respond, and then Councillor Brooks.
Yeah, it's a really good point. When we originally approached the idea of Communities in Bloom, I had the same kind of feeling. We're a very vast area of many communities, and traditionally Communities in Bloom would be a smaller or even bigger. I mean, the cities do it as well. One of the discussions we had with the evaluators when they're here was, if we wanted to look at it again, maybe it was something like, a New Germany kind of submission, or a Petite type of submission, or that kind of thing, like reach out to the individual communities to see if they were interested in making a submission, and then we support them on that behalf. One of the reasons we really started the process was we wanted to get insight into Osprey Village. We didn't bring that component of the report because it was a separate entity, and we're adding it to we gave it as feedback to the enhancement beautification plan. That was a much different picture. Our evaluation was not very good, which I'm sure we're not overly surprised with. So it did provide a number of recommendations and insights that we frankly weren't surprised with and kind of new, and some we are already embarking on with the sidewalks and the beautification plan, but we'll bring some of that back forward. But I agree, trying to do, for the District of Lunenburg and the makeup we are, an individual submission is probably not realistic.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Can you tell me who Communities in Bloom are and where they get their funding and what that, who they are?
They're a not-for-profit organization, Canada-wide, where they actually get their funding. I'm not 100% sure. They get some of their funding from their submissions, but it wouldn't certainly cover it's a volunteer organization, so they do it on, like they're not necessarily paid individuals. Their executive director would be paid, but the consultants that come here, they don't get paid for that. They volunteer their time on behalf because they're passionate about, communities and beautification and these kind of stuff. Where they get their core funding, frankly, I don't know. Maybe it's donations, maybe something else. That I don't know. But it's a national organization. They are trying to also change their name. There's a lot of confusion that they are the flower folks. They do far more than that. As you've seen by the expertise of the two people that were here, they're very strategic planning folks. So they are trying to change their name to change that tune a little bit.
Just to follow up. So my concern is that this is I think an Ontario-based group who has come to our community, first time they've ever been to the South Shore, and they're letting us know what we're doing right. They're letting us know what we're doing wrong. And I find that interesting. I find that fascinating. A lot of this stuff is so urban-centric at 40,000 feet, it does not apply to our community. So yes, maybe Communities in Bloom in a decade time will be a great fit for us. I do not see how this connects. We've got so many other periphery things that are doing beautification. This feels like a chunk of bureaucracy to me. I'm just going to be really frank.
To be fair, one of their evaluators, which was actually away when the time came to do the evaluation, is from the town of Lunenburg. Actually, I think he's just outside the town of Lunenburg. He's actually a member of the District of Lunenburg. And Mahone Bay submitted the year before, and I believe we're third in their particular category. So yes, their head office is Ontario, but it is a national thing. There's been a number of Nova Scotia submissions, particularly over the last 4 or 5 years that I'm aware of. But again, the normal evaluator is actually a member of the District of Lunenburg, just outside of the town of Lunenburg. So I feel we got extremely lucky with the caliber of the two folks that came here. Yes, John spent most of his tenure with Mississauga, which is probably one of the largest, if not the largest municipalities in the country. And the other lady was from a more smaller city, but no, they're not just from Ontario.
Councillor Smith.
Can you just clarify for me, what's council's role in setting direction or whatever? Are you asking us, should we go forward should we accept the recommendations? It seems like recommendations are coming here, and I'm just wondering what's being asked of us with this report.
Currently, at this time, there is no ask to council. This is really a an update and information. Should staff look at some of the recommendations and come back with recommendations that may lead to budget allocation, then we would bring those forward, but we don't have any asks at this particular time. As we indicated in the report, we may look at this again or two or 3 years down the road. At that point in time, we come back to council and say, do we want to do some sort of formal submission? Do we want to reach out to the communities? Do we want to give them the options? Currently, at this time, we're just providing council some insight of what the group identified while they were here. Some of the recommendations will likely come in the enhancement beautification plan for Osprey Village, of which there may be recommendations and requests at that time, but currently, no, there's no action at this particular time for information.
Councillor Oikel.
Yeah, think that this is wonderful that we have so many visitors that come to our area, and these people have never been here before. So, we had, an opportunity to find out a little bit about how they saw and what they see when they're here, because, that's what we're promoting our area as a tourism spot, right? So it's just nice to know. And I'm really glad that you did it, and it's wonderful we got 3 blooms. Hey!
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, we'll move on to Section 11, Mayors, Deputy Mayors, and Councillors Matters. And we have one item for this, which is a request for a letter of support for the Senior Safety Program from Councillor Smith.
Yeah, this is very quick. I had brought some updates from Senior Safety previously. So this is the Lunenburg County Senior Safety Society that is requesting letters of support from each of the municipal units that sit at their table. And as I stated before, there's real concerns about the sustainability of the program. And in particular, on that committee, we're looking to raise funding levels to the extent that we could hire a second staff person to assist the coordinator that we have right now, and it would lead to all kinds of efficiencies and better service through the program, which is increasingly, numbers are going up all the time of people seeking the services of the senior safety coordinator. So the Bridgewater Board of Police Commissioners provided a letter of support, and there should be a letter going out fairly soon from the Lunenburg County Senior Safety Society to the province to ask for additional funding. So that's what this is for. Provincial funding has not changed since about 2018 for this program. So municipal funding has, and we're just looking for an expression of support from this council. So if we could pass this motion, then staff would provide a letter to the committee. And could I put the motion on the floor?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to do that.
To the chair, Councillor Reinhardt, and members of the committee, I move that the Finance Committee recommends to Municipal Council that Municipal Council write a letter of support for the Lunenburg County Seniors Safety Society in their request for additional funding from the province.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bell, seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Burns.
At the risk of being seen to be against the program, I think my thought process here, and I'm still grappling with this on how I'm going to vote, is because we're looking at a program the other partners are the town of Bridgewater, Lunenburg, Mahone Bay, the United Way, and us, and the municipality of Chester. Are us and the other municipalities also looking at increasing our funding further? Because what I don't want to do is turn this into a pass the buck to the province to say, hey, we would like you to kick in more money, and have them just turn a letter around to us that says, you know, policing and associated services may be a municipal jurisdiction, so are you guys going to kick in more money? Thank you very much. I would suspect there's areas they're not looking to spend more money on when they've already told their departments to start cutting 10% at the provincial level. So I just don't want to turn this into a football that's not solutions-oriented. And my concern is, that's my concern, not that the program could be better funded and be more efficient with the funding. So it's just food for thought as we grapple with this.
Councillor Smith and then Mayor McLean-Weil.
Yeah, I would, just in response to that, I hear the concern, but municipalities have increased their funding substantially since 2018. It's the province that hasn't. United Way has also increased funding, so it's kind of like, it's the province's turn. I think that actually the hesitation is more on the municipal side, that if we increase funding, we're letting the province off the hook. That's another consideration. So I know that hopes and expectations aren't incredibly high that the province is going to increase funding for this program, but you know, as the letter going from the society will mention, you know, it does save the province a lot of money in healthcare dollars, you know, housing supports, all these things, when this program is well funded.
This issue has been discussed with the mayors and deputy mayors, and in that discussion, we learned that Queens County has a full-time person with, I'm not sure the population, but it's about probably maybe 2/3 or half of what our area is. So I'm not sure how that funding, from a funding perspective per resident, relates to MODLs and the area that it's served here. But I would suggest that on a proportional basis, it would suggest it's probably, there's not equity there. So it's another argument to be added to the support for the province increasing their level of funding. And I think there was recognition by the other mayors that the needs are growing. People are seeing it in their particular districts, areas, and that we really need to have it addressed by the province.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, that motion is passed unanimously. Do we need to adjourn? So that brings us to the end of our morning agenda. So we'll be having a recess until 1 p.m. When we'll be discussing municipal-wide planning. And just a reminder for anyone who might be listening, there will be another opportunity for public input at that meeting starting at 1. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started with the second half of our meeting on municipal-wide planning. I'm not seeing anyone in the gallery for public input, so we can move right on to the presentation from our planning staff.
Thank you very much, and we'll just get the slides up on the screen here in a second. Great. Thank you very much. So I guess, first of all, this is the second of a series of workshops with council. So as you would recall, last week, staff presented some different planning items with recommendations, and we walked through them with council. And then today we've got a session, and then we have one additional one planned for 2 weeks from today as well. So we're going to basically pick up where we left off. But first off, we'll just give a bit of a background and a recap from the last meeting to note some of what we've taken back from that and some of the actions. Then we'll cover some of the remaining topics that we didn't get to last week. And then we'll move forward with some of the additional things this week. The more of the focus will eventually get to kind of the zoning framework pieces. So as we mentioned previously, the province 2018 adopted legislation that required all municipalities to adopt planning documents in the form of comprehensive municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws that cover all lands. As we walk through these, we will note where there are particular pieces that relate to provincial statements of interest, as well as requirements to meet minimum planning requirements. And then there will also note other times that are things that are optional as opposed to mandatory from the provincial perspective. A lot of the recommendations here and the information that we'll touch on also is informed by the What We Heard report, which we presented to council in October. And so there are a lot of priorities and concerns that came out of that are helping to inform this work. So today, what I'll start with is just a recap from the topics that we covered last time. So the first two were related to agriculture, or three, I should say. The first one was in terms of council's direction on setbacks for new barns and manure storage facilities. The direction that we received was clear on that, with no categories for livestock or limitations on livestock operations. So that was the first takeaway and direction that we received on that. Secondly, it was related to setbacks for new development that's occurring around existing farms. And the direction that we received from that piece was to put some type of setback in for this type of situation in the second draft. There wasn't a consensus about what that specific setback should be. That's not really important for now. It's the language that surrounds it. A number can change later on. With respect to agricultural lands, sorry, go ahead.
Councillor Moore?
For the setbacks for new developments, was that a mandatory thing from the province?
No, it was not.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure, no problem. Agricultural land protection is, so this third point here around how to protect lands that are classified as class 3 soils is a piece that there was a lot of discussion on. The direction we received was to create an agricultural zone that limits subdivisions and restricts private roads and flag lots. We will also do some work to refine the formula that's used so that that map, when we kind of work on that second draft of the zoning map, the zone that's reflected there will include more agricultural lands that weren't included the previous time. So we will refine that based on the input that we received from council. The next one is around home-based business. So there was a conversation there. The outcome and the direction that we received was around regulating home-based businesses in specific residential-only zones, but just to a minimal extent. So it was clear to us that council did want to have something in place, but it wasn't kind of the comprehensive description of different things that was included in the first draft. What council would like to see here is just a far more limited amount of restrictions that would be included in this section of the bylaw, particularly around what types of uses are not permitted as opposed to those that would be permitted, as well as looking at maximum floor areas, which, as we talked about last week, is tied a lot to the building code requirements. Lastly, we got into the question about living in recreational vehicles or RVs. There was a bit of a mixed consensus on whether to regulate RVs, but we did receive kind of clear direction about expanding the threshold, so we didn't capture those situations where people have a seasonal RV or camper that they're there for the summer, but to really focus more on people who are looking to live year-round and making sure that that's in place. So we will kind of come back with something that does have something around living in RVs, as opposed to not having anything, and then it's easier to make finer adjustments once that second draft is in your hands as well. So at this point, yeah, I would just look for if there's any additional input or if we're missing anything here.
I just want to clarify that on the home-based business decision we made, that only applies to zones where they are residential. If it's zoned rural, there's no regulation. Am I correct in that?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that is correct. So most of the municipality will end up in a general rural zone. This would pertain only to those pockets where it might be more specific residential.
And subdivisions. Yeah, okay.
Councillor Smith?
I realize it's probably not practical for you to let us know with each and every situation what the bylaw situation is on either side of us or behind us, or however you want to picture that. But I just would ask if you could flag if we're doing something that is wildly different from neighboring municipalities, just livestock might be one of them, just so that we have that in mind as we go, because, and maybe you can answer the question, I know that it's part of the process that we have to do some consultation, or we have to talk to neighboring municipalities. What's the expectation there as far as maybe not alignment, because we're all independent, but what's the expectation from the province? Like, what's the outcome of speaking to them?
On that question about engaging with the neighboring municipalities, it's not so much trying to be on the same page or the same level of regulations. It's more about seeing what potential impacts might there be from those decisions. If there's new growth areas, or the vision in one area might be that there's major things happening next door. That's the kind of discussions that would be of interest from neighboring municipalities, is mainly about what the impact might be on them from decisions here. It's not so much a discussion about where things might lie with respect to, taking a similar approach to something like home-based businesses or agriculture versus another one. They wouldn't typically want to weigh in on that. Having said that, we do, as part of all of our work, we haven't brought it up here, but as part of the work that's led up to this, our staff are, one of those basic pieces that we are doing are looking at what our neighbors do each and every time we're doing the research. So we have all of that. We don't have it with us here today. We can certainly, if that's of interest, going forward in terms of the next workshop, that's easy for us to do. It would be to flag where something might land as as it relates to our neighbors. In some of the cases we have noted, here's an approach, an option that aligns very clearly with somewhere like Queens or Chester or something like that. And our staff, I think, would be fairly knowledgeable to be able to speak to when something was quite similar to one of our neighbors. But we do check every policy when we're doing that initial research to see what our neighbors are doing, and then we kind of expand out from there.
Councillor Oigel?
Yeah, just on that particular thing, just a thought that just came to me while I'm sitting here is if we were, like, say there's a farm that borders Annapolis. So we put in that the setback for the manure storage, the barns, is 150 meters before they can do a subdivision. But if they're really neighboring, then it wouldn't be what we want. It would be what the other municipality wanted. Or what about people's whose farms or property, because I have in my area, I have a person whose property is part in the town of Bridgewater and part in the municipality, right? And so I'm just, wondering how will we handle those types of things when it's different rules?
I guess the easiest way to think about it is that we can't impose the District of Lunenburg's planning rules upon the other jurisdiction. So we can look at what might be occurring in that area, but we can't say, okay, well, there's a setback that applies to, say, a barn that's on our property, and that someone on the other side of the line can't build within that. That's going to be their jurisdiction in terms of they can say what may or may not apply once they cross that line.
Yeah, I realize that, but I think that that's where we should be looking at and seeing so that there is consistency for people, throughout.
Yeah, and absolutely, I think we know very well that most of the time residents don't feel like they're crossing lines all the time, and they're looking for consistency and not uncomplicated rules that make differ between jurisdictions. And so I think that's why, as a part of our research, we're always flagging what our neighbors are doing and understanding, especially what might work well. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. So if there's something that we know works well, we have good working relationships with all of our neighbors, we will kind of bring those suggestions forward if it's working for them.
As you know, I'm a big fan of council discussing things in depth. I would ask council to be mindful, though, we're recapping what happened last week. We have to get through direction on all of the points before you so that your planning team can go away and prepare a draft for you. So rather than getting down into the weeds of this particular recap, let's move on to the topics that we need to get new direction on. Yes. Thanks, Kat.
Great. So let's get down to it. We, as I just mentioned, we talked about recreational vehicles, and we're talking like 1 or 2 on a lot, and how long people could stay in them, and if there's any rules around that. This is talking about campgrounds and RV parks. So this is not a provincial requirement. In terms of our secondary planning areas, campgrounds are typically considered a commercial use, so they're permitted in some zones in existing secondary planning areas. When you look at why people regulate this type of use, often there's what they're attempting to do is look at protecting the environment and also land use conflicts related to kind of residential uses and things like that being close by to something like this. There is a need to distinguish between the number of RVs that are allowed on a property versus how many constitute an actual RV park or a campground. So we talked about that a bit last week when we could describe kind of what the earlier approach had been, was to talk about 1, 2, or 3 RVs on a property not constituting a campground. Here, what we're talking about is 4 or more. That can be, where you draw that line is certainly flexible, but in this case, we're kind of working around that typical number. There are different tools you can use to regulate campgrounds and RV parks, such as site plan approval, development agreement, rezoning, or a combination of those depending on perhaps the area that you're talking about. So to look at the different options here, we prepared three different options about how to regulate campgrounds and RV parks. The first one, which would be the minimum approach, would be just to not treat them any differently than other uses. So this would basically say campgrounds and RV parks will be permitted in most areas of the municipality without subject to specific regulations or a public process. So that would be the option one. Now we say most areas of the municipality because when we're talking about land such as our drinking water protection areas or even Osprey Village, there's certain zones that you probably don't want certain types of uses occurring. But we're talking largely like the main rural and residential areas. Second option is kind of an in-between here. So that would be permitting these by site plan approval in the rural zones, but by development agreement, which is a higher threshold or higher kind of more intensive process in certain areas. So that could be a lakeside zone along the coastline or in a rural residential area. So that would say, okay, there's maybe a need to have more oversight of these types of uses in specific areas, whereas in the general rural areas, there isn't as much need. So site plan approval, which is not an overly onerous process, it's approved at the site, at the staff level, could be sufficient for most rural areas. Option three would be to permit campgrounds and RV parks by development agreement in most zones. And that would take a kind of the same approach to all areas and the same approval mechanism as well. So that's the staff recommended option would be option three. This is a topic that we heard a decent amount from as part of the public process. Unsurprisingly, that was a lot more focused in coastal communities. That's where we're seeing interest in campgrounds, and there are some already in those areas. And there were certainly some public interest in terms of feedback where people wanted to have a more role, to have more public process for involvement in whatever that approval might look like. So we certainly did hear about that issue, but I would say it wasn't widespread across the municipality. It was probably more focused in certain communities rather than others. So that's kind of the first area where we're looking for feedback, and I would open it for questions.
Councillor Oikel?
So just to be clear, a site plan approval does not need to have public input, correct? Whereas the development agreement would have public input. Is that correct?
Yeah, you could think about it that way. The site plan approval does have a notification requirement to immediate neighbors, but it doesn't have like a public meeting, similar like what a development agreement would have.
Okay, Mayor McLean-Weil and Deputy Mayor Vino and Councillor Smith.
And just to qualify the development agreement process, because I think sometimes that's misleading to when you allow the public to have input on it. The decision of council would be based on the applicant fulfilling all of the requirements of the agreement. And where does public input factor into the decision of council? Like if a community comes forward and everybody in the community is against it, but the application has been fulfilled, all the elements, what role does that play in the outcome?
It's still up to council's decision to make that. It is key. It is a key part of the process to have that public input, and council's within their right to make changes to an application based on that feedback that was received. Having said that, by development agreement means something is permitted. It's just what it looks like can be vastly different from what they might have started out with. So there's an opportunity to shape what that development looks like based on different requirements of the application as well as public feedback. But it's not like, it's not saying, you know, this use is not permitted. It's saying it is permitted, but you have to do a development agreement in order to do that. And the development agreement itself has a lot of opportunity to include certain conditions that have to be met. It can say how the site has to be developed. It can even get into things like hours of operation as well. So that it is a powerful tool if you choose to use it to its full extent. But it is flexible in that for smaller sizes of development, there likely wouldn't be a need to fulfill a whole bunch of studies and requirements. So you can scale it depending on the size or complexity of the development. It can be appealed as well. Yes, thank you, Jeff.
Our CAO has something to add as well.
Just so further to what Reed was explaining, so if the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw set the parameters for an RV campground to take place in a specific area of the municipality, then as Reed indicated, it's permitted. And so if the public response in the engagement is, it shouldn't be here, and council just says, okay, we agree with the public, it shouldn't be there, you'll likely be appealed to the UARB, or it's previously called the UARB, because you have rendered a decision that ignores your own land use bylaw. And so where you see a lot of challenges with councils is that they'll get a strong public reaction from the public on whether or not it should be there, whether it fits the community. They will often add that it increases the draw on the water table, and it's negative for the environment. Some of those may be valid, but where councils often get overturned is if they don't fully explain their reasons, or if it looks like they're responding to public backlash about whether it should go there. Council's already made the decision. It can go there, subject to certain rules. So with site plan approval, similar, the rules are set, and as long as the rules are followed and the criteria are followed by the development officer actually makes the decision on the site plan approval. The appeal goes to council. But in the appeal, council can still only consider those factors that are outlined in the land use bylaw. So you may recall the blockhouse development with Terry Wynant? Yes. On the appeal, a whole lot of residents were commenting on the impact that it could have on the intersection in Blockhouse, which really wasn't a factor for council to consider, but that's what the public had focused on. So council properly considered whether the development officer's decision was appropriate given the language in the land use bylaw, and council found that it was. But the further you go outside of what requirements that you put in your land use bylaw and your municipal planning strategy, the more likely you are to get appealed. So it is true that some people view the development agreement as the opportunity to kill the development, often on the basis that they just don't want it in their area. So that's legally incorrect. And so you have to look past that into what are the actual factors that are being raised by the community members that are in the land use bylaw that we can apply and limit your decision there. The development agreement does have a much higher threshold of public input than the site plan approval. So if you want to consider, like, the site plan approval is a staff function initially, appealed to council on notice to the surrounding landowners. It's very limited. A development agreement can have a much greater public input during the negotiation of the development agreement, with council having the final decision on whether the development agreement should be entered into or not based upon the requirements in your land use bylaw. So it's adding a level of complexity. So you're going from do not regulate, so as of right, put your RV parks wherever you like, to the site plan approval, or if you really want to elevate it, to the development agreement, and then you can also control it by zones, which is option 3.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Vino.
Thank you. I don't know if you said a number or not. If so, I missed it and didn't write it down. What determines an RV park versus somebody, and there's a property in my district that has a home and 4 campers they rent out on Airbnb. So at what level does it become an RV park versus somebody just putting RVs on their land and renting them out?
Yeah, that's a really essential question. And so as a part of the land use bylaw, what we look to for that situation is the definition section. So right now, what we've been working with is a definition that would say 4 or more that are being used for overnight camping, and then, but not something where people are living year round, as well as not parking them, just storing them. Because if somebody might have some RVs stored over the winter, that's not what this is trying to get at. So it's saying a couple of things that it's not, but the key is really just saying if it's 4 or more that are being used regularly for camping, that would be considered a campground.
And just to follow up to that, is the length of stay a part of it, whether it's for a weekend, a month? Will that be included, or just 4 or more?
It would be saying that it's not permanent year round. Yeah.
Councillor Smith?
Can you tell me how this would affect an RV park or campground that exists right now but wants to expand? Would that be grandfathered in?
Yep. Yeah. So, one of the kind of basic tenets of this is that anything that exists would be grandfathered in. Another aspect of what we had previously kind of put into this first draft was the ability for to recognize existing uses as a use that can continue and expand. Should council want to continue to take that approach, if there were existing uses like that, they could also expand. So it would be even more flexible than your typical non-conforming section of a bylaw. It would actually be more flexible than that. So in a case of an existing campground with that same approach, they could expand because what they would be considered as a kind of legally existing use under the bylaw as if it were listed as a permitted use. So they could go ahead and expand as well.
Councillor Oikel?
A number of years ago, the province had regulations regarding campgrounds. And then, as far as I know, they've been dissolved. Will we be going into that much of a depth with our policy as to how many campers and then how many washrooms? Are we going to be going that far into depth with it?
No, not at all. So some of the things that you typically would want to see in a campground application, if somebody was doing a site plan, it could be a site plan that is part of a development agreement or a site plan that's part of a site plan application. You're looking at things like, how is the site laid out? Is there any, say, vegetation planted around the edges? And if they have neighbors, are those trailers and things like that going to be parked right beside an existing home? Or is there going to be a space there where there's some vegetation that they maintain so that you're not looking at that? Things like, can you get emergency vehicles circulating throughout the site? Are the sites kind of shown on the map and saying, okay, here's where things are? Is there a stormwater type of plan or grading plan that is going to make sure that doing all this development here isn't dumping water on the neighbor? So that's the kind of level that we'd be looking at typically.
Are there any further comments before we?
Consensus?
Yes. So last week we did kind of just a straw vote, so we'll try that again. So if you could put your hand up if you support the first option on no regulation. Counselor Burns?
I'm not going to put my hand up on any of these on this one issue because I have former and current clients interested or are in the process of purchasing land specifically for campgrounds. So with this one direction, I just don't want to muddle the water with what may be perceived as my interest. So just don't count my hand. Please and thank you.
Counselor Moore?
Was this a provincial requirement also?
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm having a really, if I could, I just need to say this. We got this dumped on us by the province. We've got people upset. We are going above and beyond. There's things that we have to do. There's things that have to be in place, minimal. Why, at this point in time, this will be a living document, it's all new to us. Why are we doing the ones and making decisions on things that are not a provincial requirement right now? Can somebody answer that? Just because we can, or it's for the future? Yes, for the future, but I don't want to make those decisions that aren't mandated right now.
Mayor McLean-Weil?
I'll speak to it. Not that I can answer it fully, Councillor Moore, but on this particular issue, this district has had issues, so I think recognizing that we've had issues here where on some of the other things where we're saying, like on the livestock situation, we maybe viewed that as following it wasn't required in as a minimum planning requirement. We have options here, but we know we've had some significant issues and discussions and concerns from our residents on where RV parks are located and the subsequent effects of that and potential effects of that. So I think that's why, maybe we need to look at some of the other options here as well.
Yep, one more.
But am I correct in saying that most of those were coastal problems? Like, I'm having a hard time, the issues that we had, the problems that we had, I think were more coastal. I'm having a hard time painting the whole municipality with the same broad brush and rules. I'm just going to leave it there, okay?
Councillor Oikel?
I have one area within my district is in interior, so to speak, that it wasn't necessarily a campground, although they were planning to put in domes for camping as part in the future. And many of the residents, it was around a lake, and had issues with that. And wanted to have conversations about how it was going to look, how were they, like development as far as roads in and out and things like that.
Okay, back to the vote. And I'll just point out one thing as well, though, is that in all three options, they are permitted. There's just, so they are allowed, but they're just different level of regulation. Okay, option 2. Show of hands for option 2. Okay. Councillor Smith?
Where I'm having trouble with this is the size. Like if there was a size to go with this, I would, a site plan approval in some areas, such as rural zones, makes a lot of sense to me if it's of a smallish size. But once it gets beyond a certain point, then I think the community should know about it and be involved through public input. So the size really matters in this case, I think. And but otherwise, I would also be okay with option 3. But if there was some intermediate around size of certain campgrounds for site plan approval, I would be in favor of that.
Okay. So those who are in favor of option 3? Yeah, I'm in favor of option 3.
You're there? Councillor Brooks also. You could just say that.
And Councillor Brooks also is in favor on joining us on Teams. Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to, if that's all, if there's any other questions on campgrounds, well, we can move to the next topic.
Okay, Councillor.
When someone does a campground, no matter, okay, let's say it's 4 or more, what stipulates that they have to have a dumping station? Who says they have to have a dumping station for their holding tanks? Is that the province?
Yeah, the province would have all the oversight over the
Okay.
waste disposal.
Yeah. And you said something about that we might be putting on a time limit, like you can only camp from May till, occupy them from May till October or something like that. Was that mentioned?
The definition that we've been working with
Mhm.
would say a campground is not a permanent year-round place where people live. So that doesn't mean, it just means you're not living there permanently. And the idea partly with that is that you want to regulate people who are living in RVs year-round permanently a little bit differently from how you might want to treat a campground, which is typically a seasonal destination and use.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to inland water courses, I believe.
So hello, everyone. As we will start and talk about inland water courses, so MODL has around 37,000 acres of inland lakes and rivers that support biodiversity and contribute to our health and well-being, but are also vulnerable to runoff, erosion, siltation, and pollution due to development pressures and other natural factors, making their protection essential. So as we move forward with the second draft of the MPS and LUB, Council may consider how development near these water bodies is managed. Setbacks and vegetative buffers are one option to help protect water quality and shoreline stability. The public feedback that we received during the 2025 engagement showed very strong support of protecting inland watercourses, with 91% of participants supported rules that limit development around lakes, rivers, and wetlands. Residents and stakeholders emphasized protecting habitat and community identity and called for science-based, flexible, and consistent standards to protecting these water bodies. The section outlines options ranging from introducing setbacks and buffers or to maintaining the status quo with no provincial requirements. Council may decide whether to adopt the new protections or not. And we will move into the policy options on vegetative buffers. The idea behind a vegetative buffer is simple. Keeping a strip of natural vegetation along lakes and rivers helps filter runoff, stabilize soil, and protect the shoreline, but also provide place for wildlife and aquatic life as well. So as you can see in the graphic right there, the undisturbed area of native trees and shrubs acts like natural infrastructure. Their deep roots hold the slope and they reduce erosion and filter out sediment and nutrients before they reach the water. And there's two options. The first option is minimum planning, means no vegetative buffer and no required setbacks along inland shorelines. Under this approach, Council would choose not to apply any specific shoreline protections or lakes and rivers. With no buffer and no setback standards, development could occur very close to the water's edge. And because there's no provincial requirements for inland watercourses buffers in residential areas, this would leave MODL's lakes and rivers exposed to vegetation removal, soil disturbance, and increased runoff. Over time, this can lead to greater erosion, reduced shoreline stability, and more nutrients and contaminants entering into the water. So option 1 represents a minimum planning approach and provides the least level of long-term environmental protection. Option 2 is a 50-meter vegetative buffer with built-in flexibility. The baseline requirements is a 15-meter natural buffer along lakes and rivers to help filter runoff, prevent erosion, and maintain shoreline stability. However, within this, we also propose flexibility that will be built in for existing or undersized lots. So if a lot, for example, is physically cannot meet the full 15-meter buffer, the buffer can be reduced to the maximum distance reasonably achievable. And this ensures older or smaller lots remain developable and usable. So that means that the buffer, if council decides to go with it, it will not take any properties out of development. There will still be that flexibility of building within the lot. So flexibility also comes with limited exemptions within the buffer that will allow the property owner to remove some vegetation only where needed. So for example, for access, views, or small accessory structures, or removing hazardous, diseased, or invasive plants. And these exemptions are tightly focused, so the core buffer remains intact, but property owners still have reasonable options to maintain their property. And Councillor Smith asked about other municipalities that might have been doing something. So for example, the flexibility comes from Queens County, but also Chester has a 15-meter in their village. Chester Village LUB requires a 15-meter setback from ordinary high water mark. So those, for example, is something that our neighboring municipalities have. And also Queens County has a 15-meter water setback that could be reduced within if the lot is too small. Staff recommends option 2, so establishing a 15-meter vegetative buffer because it provides meaningful shoreline protection while still allowing reasonable use of the land. This option improves water quality by filtering runoff, trapping sediment, and reducing nutrient and contaminants entering lakes and rivers. And it also stabilizes the soil and make sure that we're having or helping to maintain a healthy, resilient shoreline that support fish, birds, and other species, but also our quality of life.
Okay, I have a quick question before I ask for others. And the 15-meter vegetative buffer, that is what is in the coastal protection regulations, is that correct?
That is correct. So in the coastal protection, you have the erosion risk area, which means a 30-meter, in a way, setback from the coastline that can, and within it you have a 15-meter undisturbed vegetative buffer. So yes, it's very similar to one another.
Councillor Moore?
You're going to be sick of me today. Back when we done coastal protection, of course, that whole document, I think I was the only one that voted against it when it came to council. No? Okay, 2. My biggest concern was, okay, we got hauled into that because of a rock wall on a certain beach. And I'm still going to say that till the day I die. So anyway, I was told that my biggest concern was what was going to happen inland on our lakes, waters, and streams. I was told it's totally different, but it's really not, is it? It's really, we're really telling people exactly what they can do on their land, whether they're on the coast or they're on a river or a lake. But you did say that if a lot was small enough that it could not do the 15-meter vegetative buffer, that there would be allowances that we would not render that building lot or that lot undevelopable.
Correct. So if you were looking at coastal in comparison to this, they're not really the same because coastal also has the flood risk area, meaning that you need to maintain also elevation requirement, so a height requirement. Within, and you're correct, within this proposal of option 2 of having a 15-meter vegetative buffer, you have that flexibility that the coastal protection does not have. So theoretically, if you have an existing undersized lot or a new undersized lot, and it cannot meet that 15-meter buffer, it can be reduced to the maximum achievable. So let's say maybe a 7-meter setback from the water. That would be the case. So you still have we're not taking any properties out of development.
Thank you. Oh, is this a provincial requirement?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Councillor Smith and then Councillor Oikel.
I'll just say for all the people that I spoke to, no one spoke to me against this, and I will vote for option 2. I think that people are very concerned about the health of their lakes, and they see a lot of the shoreline being stripped right down to the water's edge, and they're concerned about what that's doing to the quality of the lake water. So I'll be supporting this, and if anybody's listening and they don't favor this, they need to tell me, because to me this one is pretty straightforward.
Thank you. I really like the added flexibility in there, because I was very concerned about that, and I had brought that to your attention. When the first draft came out, I went to 4 different lakes that were within my district to talk to residents there about the 15-meter vegetation buffer, and all of them, as with Councillor Smith, had no disagreement with that. They lived on lakes and they thought that made sense. They had just one concern, and I believe I mentioned it to you, was when the ice comes and the ice rips that vegetation buffer away from them. And so a couple of them did get permission from Department of Environment to put up rock walls with filters so that it could still maintain. So that is a concern that I still have, that with the ice ripping away that vegetation buffer, and then people have to do it all over again. You could
Anything that has to do with rock wall or armoring is under the Department of Environment and Climate Change, so we do not have any authority on discussing what is it allowed in terms of that type of infrastructure being built. If it's naturally being removed by nature, then that's the case. We would recommend replanting that buffer. It might come back naturally because that's how nature works. But if it's a natural case, then okay, that's what it is, and it happens with either severe runoff or ice, as you mentioned.
Can I ask? Continue. Yeah. Thank you. So, if it's constantly happening, and there's certain lakes that I went to that it was constantly happening to them, so would they be expected to constantly be replenishing it? Or would, because it's constantly happening, just go from where it stops happening up, whether it's 10 more meters or 5 more meters or whatever?
Yeah, I think the short answer is no. That's not the intention of this type of regulation. It's really intended so that people aren't intentionally going and mowing and fertilizing and clearing the area right down to the water. If that's occurring naturally because of something, it's not really the intention of this to go after anybody for that type of thing. It's probably more educational than anything in terms of a regulation, and it's really to outline what the advantages are to having plants along the shoreline and not to mow and clear that area as well, because we know that there's the development pressures that do exist. There's incentives to try to use the waterfront as much as possible. And given that there are a lot of small lots on these inland lakes, everyone wants to use their property as much as they can. So the flexibility that would be built into this would give people with very small lots the ability to build, And also that strip of land along the waterfront does not have to be continuous. There is an ability to have a section of it clear because people do want to go down to the lake and they do want to get their boats in and have a boat house and all that. So the regulations, similar to Chester, as Ella mentioned, and also that flexibility piece, that's also similar to what Queens has. So it's looking at both neighbors there to try to take the best pieces of those to find something that would work well here.
Okay, we have a question from Councillor Brooks online.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, so if there's no existing buffer zone, would it be incumbent on the landowner to install that and then maintain that? I understand the issue of it being washed out, but if there's nothing there, will that fall on the landowner to install that?
No, it's a natural buffer, so if there's nothing there, we cannot require from the property owner to plant something that isn't there to begin with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Who's going to police this? If it goes through number 2, who's going to police that everybody that's doing a small cottage or something on a piece of land on a lake or a river, is the building inspector, when he goes out to do the building inspection, going to see if there is a natural buffer there? And if not, he's going to make them put one in or not make them put one in? Like, just... And I mean, how do you know if it's winter and you've got 2 feet of snow, how do you know that there's not going to be a natural buffer there by May or June? Like, this is really hard.
Yeah, this is one of the, this is a very challenging regulation to enforce. And so when I was mentioning earlier, it's as much an educational tool as anything. The idea is that there are people who are wanting to comply with the bylaw, and if they know that's a requirement, then they will proceed to do that. And I think, so overall, you know, you're not going to get some people maintaining things, or they might show it on a plan, but you know, you're not going out and visiting it and seeing how is it doing. So it is a challenge in that perspective, but I think the difference is there's still a net positive in our view by having it, because you will have people who are wanting to comply, and you will have people who have lived on lakes and see the advantage and are aware of the advantages of it, and people who are wanting to comply with the bylaw and say, well, I need to do this, I'm going to do it, and here's why. So it's partly incumbent, I think, upon, this is one of those things that there needs to be good communication about it, because there's a good aspect of it. But in terms of enforcing it and following up on, that is certainly a challenge of it as well.
Councillor Smith.
I know that neighboring municipalities have and we had in our first draft, a clause about if you remove it, you must put it back before you're given a building permit. Is that something that we would still include? Which is, it would be to discourage people from buying a lot, clearing it 100% ahead of getting their building permit. Because that's kind of the loophole, is that, and I don't know, I know that there's frustrations everywhere around the compliance factor, so I really agree with the point that this is educational as much as possible. We want people to comply, but there is going to have to be some, we know that it's not going to be 100% compliance.
I think you're looking for a bit of a answer from our side. Yes, I think our recommendation would be that there is that piece of it, and I think that is from Chester as well, like that language, to try to avoid that particular situation of people clearing the lot with the intention of getting around the rule. And if they just cleared it, then the idea would be we want to see some of that put back as a part of this condition of building. What it doesn't do is kind of say, well, in 5 years, what's happening with that? And that's where we want to, it's more about the education and communication.
Councillor Burns.
The tension that I feel in this in my district is predominantly from folks who are there, say, what a great idea. We've got this land, we've got this beautiful home, we want it to stay the way it is, and we don't like the new development that's happening across the lake from us, or we don't like this, and so please put a setback to stop them. And in my district, there's a lot of growth, and there's a lot of people who are looking to get onto the few lakes and the riverside, and they're saying, why would you do this? This will prevent us from doing what other people have already bought into. And so I guess I'm just putting that out there for the record that folks who are listening here, that's really the tension they're seeing, is protecting what's there versus the people who are moving in. And from the comments that I've received on this, it falls exactly along those lines. If you're looking to get on a lake, you hate this. If you are on the lake and you want no more people on your lake, then you love this.
Just to add to that, I think that's where the flexibility part comes into play and almost answers both parties. So in one way, yes, you're protecting some vegetation, and you're making sure that there is protection of the lake and the health of the lake. And there's some also buffering between you and your neighbors. And yet, if you have a smaller lot, you can still build on it. So it doesn't drive development away in the sense that you can still build on lots that are located on those waterways.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I make an annual cruise around Big Mushmush Lake. I've done that for a number of years, and I see substantial change year over year. I remember when Mushmush Lake was a nice little area to camp or to build a camp, and now it's being plugged up with million-dollar homes. That's fine. But what I dislike about it is a lot of these property owners cut down every tree in front or along the lake. They've destroyed the value of it, from my point of view, anyway. And I've had a number of discussions with people on the lake, and I hear the same thing as Councillor Burns says. Those that are already there don't want to see substantial additional development because it's done somewhat different now. And those who want to get there don't think they should have any restrictions. I wish we would have had option 2 20 years ago on Mushmush Lake. It would be a much friendlier lake than it is now. And I see a number of these properties with the lawn right to the water's edge, and you see them applying fertilizer and stuff. There's a lot of things that we need to do for information purposes to go along with this. Because I don't think some of the people even understand when it rains that their pesticides don't stay on their front lawn in front of the camp. I don't mind individuals who build a property, whether it's seasonal or full-time, to be able to clean a clear view to the lake, because that's what they want to enjoy, from where their structure is. But if their structure's 40 or 60 feet wide and their property is 100 feet wide, they don't need to cut that extra distance where there is no advantage of a view plane. I think it's nice to leave some trees. I can say I have no personal interest in this lake because I own no property. I only use that as an example. But I've gone to other lakes where I see the similar thing happening. I wanted to use an example. And I have a camp property, but we didn't cut right to the lake. We have a little passage so we can see through. And guess what? I enjoy the lake just as much as the guy next to me that's got 150 feet cleared area. So I will support option 2. I do believe that we as councillors do have to take responsibility. We can't keep saying, oh, I don't want to affect this one, I don't want to affect that one. Oh, let someone else make the decision. You took the job, you have to make some decisions.
Yeah, Reed?
Yep, I just wanted to make just a note for clarification for council that what Ella has brought forward here are potential directions on vegetative buffers. There will be another direction that we're seeking immediately following this that's on setbacks. And the two of them are very much related. A setback typically consists of a development requirement, the buildings are set back a certain distance, and a portion of that setback is a vegetative buffer. But I don't want the two to be, think that you're doing both right now, because there will be one coming right up that's going to speak to that other piece.
Just a question, Reed. I'm wondering if you could comment on whether or not option 2 would permit a boat launch to be installed so that you could drive your vehicle with your boat right down to launch off your own property? Would there be flexibility in the vegetative buffer to allow that type of access?
Yes, it will allow.
So the vegetative buffer is typically, what they're typically written is that it's often a certain, number of feet or percentage of the shoreline can be cleared for that very type of purpose. So you're allowing people, they might have a little beach, they might have a boat launch, they might have a boathouse. Those types of things are perfectly fine within a certain portion of the waterfront, whereas the rest would be vegetated.
Okay, if there are no more comments, can I get a show of hands for the first option to not require vegetative buffers? Okay, and what about option 2, establish a 15-meter vegetative buffer? And Councillor Brooks is also in favor of option 2.
Great. Okay, so we'll be moving on to potential policy direction regarding setbacks, watercourse setbacks. So a setback is simply the minimum distance between the main building that must be kept from the lake or river. So within that distance, there could be some small low-impact structures like a shed or decks, playgrounds, etc., that may still be allowed as accessory dwellings that are located within that setback. A vegetative buffer, what we just discussed, sits inside that setback and must remain natural, with some areas that allows for clearance. And the vegetative purpose is more ecological, so filtering the runoff, capturing sediments, etc. So in practice, the setback determines where development can occur, and the buffer protects the shoreline from its impacts. So there's several options that staff provide council to consider. The first one is minimum planning, meaning no setbacks or buffers. So provide no municipal protection for inland watercourses. So lakes and rivers remain vulnerable to vegetation clearing, runoff erosion, and water quality decline. Option 2 is 20-meter setback with flexibility. So similar to the vegetative buffer, have that flexibility built in. It's a simpler minimum standard, usually being used by a lot of municipalities, and it's similar to what exists within the Riverport and District secondary plan area. And it will allow for, what we are recommending here is that it will also allow for flexibility for existing or undersized lots, or when relocating buildings to improve their placement. So if, again, you cannot meet the 20-meter setback, you can make your house, you can build your house closer to the water because your size is smaller than what the setbacks are requiring. And option 3 is similar to the coastal protection regulations, which is a 30-meter setback, again, adding flexibility, which you also have in the coastal, but here without a set number. So this will provide the strongest protection for significant inland watercourses, allows space for natural filtration, reduces erosion and flood risks, and it also supports long-term shoreline resilience. But it will also include, similar to the other setbacks, also exemptions for accessory dwellings as well. Staff is recommending council consider going with option 3, which is the 30-meter setback, because it provides the strongest protection for water quality and shoreline stability, while still allowing reasonable use of existing or undersized lots. This option best supports natural filtration, reduces erosion and flood risk, and it aligns with strong community feedback in the What We Heard report. And unlike draft 1, in this option, there will be that flexibility built in, and with also exemptions for accessory dwellings.
Okay, thank you. And I think probably a lot of the comments from the vegetative buffer discussion would be similar to this discussion. So would anyone like to add anything? Mayor McLean-Weil.
Sorry, I know you were trying to move us. We're not going to move fast, I can see that. It's a question about, we have some lakes that are highly developed, and you've got well-established properties that wouldn't have met the setback requirements. Then you've got somebody that's going to, in the future, build on that, and they may actually be building like far enough back on the property that they're actually looking at the back of somebody's house. Like that was raised as a point with a couple of people that I spoke with, and I just wonder how we, because it does then affect kind of the aesthetics of your own view and how you maybe have to position your house or property, whether it be a cottage or a full-time house. I don't know how you deal with it. It points to the larger issues around areas that are highly developed now and how we layer in these new requirements. I don't know if you can speak to that or not.
It's an interesting question. So just to clarify, do you mean on the same lot building another house? Because in a way, for the other house to be built and see the back side of another house means that it's almost building on the same lot. If you're building on the side on an adjacent, a separate lot, the back of the other building shouldn't really disturb your view of looking at the waterways or having that privacy, let's say the buffering between you and the neighboring property. So I would say if you are sitting on a separate lot that was actually back, behind another lot that is an actual waterfront, then you'll see the water, but yeah, you will see also the back of another property. But if you're next to it, even though you built further away, it shouldn't really bother your views, I would say. If you think about it in a way, it might be that you'll see other properties because you need to build further back, but it shouldn't completely prevent you from looking at the views.
It wasn't about blocking your view of the water. It's more about if your house is here and then you're building back here, then your site view here is to the back of this house, as opposed to houses that line up. And that only pointed to the issues about implementing these regulations in highly developed, very densely, which some of our lakes are very densely configured in terms of the lot size. There's maybe no way to prevent that other than.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Like if you had a vacant lot that's been there a long time, and there's houses that are, and then the new building would need to be set back further. It would stand out a bit, perhaps, from some of those maybe older homes that are close to the water. So I think maybe you might have some situations that it would stand out more than others because the established building line is probably a lot closer to the water. And you're right, I don't know that there's an easy solution to that. I think, we would still suggest that even in those highly developed areas, there's a net positive from having even if there's a handful of lots that are still vacant, there's going to be a gain and an advantage from, health of the lake and from a planning perspective overall with having those new buildings set back further from the water.
Councillor Oikel?
So I'm not really sure about the 30 meters. I'm thinking more the 20 meters, because I think the 30 meters is a really, really far back. And I'm just wondering, has there been any problems within the Riverport and District about the 20 meters? Like, have there been complaints regarding it? Have there been people who would like to have it smaller because of their lots? Also, just because I'm asking questions, why does your one flexibility have a nice little asterisk there and the other one doesn't? Is there an added information that you haven't given us regarding that, or was it just a typo?
Option 3, the asterisk is what staff is recommending, Council.
Oh, okay, so I thought the underline was that. Okay, so anyway, if you could mention about the 20, because I know if we do 30, that would mean Riverport would have to do 30, correct? Because they're right now at 20.
They're 20 right now. So there's a different conversation about what rules you might want to apply everywhere versus keeping the secondary plans independent. And for the most part, the stuff that we're talking about would only apply in the unzoned areas. But there is a separate question, I think, to be discussed later about what things you may want to override those secondary plans.
Okay, our Director of Planning has something to add as well.
Yeah, just talk about the 20-meter setback in the Riverport District. It's been in place since, I think, 2005-ish, around that time. Generally, we're not getting complaints about it. We do, on occasion, there are folks that, maybe inadvertently want to do something in that area, and we have to go out and do the enforcement of that. But overall, like, there hasn't been ever since it's been in place, like, there hasn't been an overwhelming number of people coming forward saying, why are we doing this, right? So, and that's one where the community at the time decided, through the area advisory committee, that's what they wanted, and council put that in place.
Just to add, our manager of development just sent me a message here on Teams, and she's just to follow up with Jeff's comment that she says generally there's no issues with the setbacks in any of our plan areas, because she's reviewing applications and ensuring that people are complying, and her view is that people may have discussions leading up to what type of building they're doing, but in her view, there's not an issue with meeting them or interpreting the rules.
Councillor Burns.
Thanks. My question's in information. One, we did the vegetative buffer at 15 meters, and aside from the practicality that your front door isn't going to immediately enter into a vegetative buffer zone, why did we go from 15 to 20 meters? Is it just because that's what Riverport does, or is there a further reason to go from the 15 to the 20?
So that's where the setback and the vegetative buffer act differently. Setback is more of a development setback of where the primary structure should be placed on the property from the water's edge. In a setback, like you mentioned, so your door front, right? You're not entering immediately into a forest, but also you can have accessory dwellings and other uses that you will not probably be able to have within what's supposed to be an undisturbed area. So if you can see even on that graphic, you have where the house is, and there's the setback. So you see it can be grass, it can be whatever you want it to be there. And whereas the vegetative buffer should be supposedly not disturbed except from, I guess, 10% or some type of of number that we would have in the policy, where you might be able to have some clearing or a boat launch, dock, whatever. So that's why you need that. Technically, it's essential, you don't need, but it's essential to have a setback. And that's where we're recommending that added value of both.
I do. So, and also just from my understanding, because we've just directed you to do the 15-meter vegetative setback, on newer lots where you're going to be maintaining a vegetative setback, even if we told you option one, we've essentially imposed a 15-meter setback no matter what. It's if there is no true vegetative setback there, then without this, it could go right to the lake. And so that's where the inconsistency between the two would arise if we went with option one here, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, one thing I would float to council is, I mean, like, I'm not the expert, but to me, I just think like the 15 meters, I was kind of hoping to see 15 and 15 and be done with it. I understand I'm understanding the reasons why. For me, it's just like 15 and 15 would make sense, because essentially what we're telling people is no matter what the configuration of the vegetation on your lot, don't build and mess up significantly within 15 meters of the water course. Thank you. The extra couple meters, is it really gonna kill anything here? No. 65 feet for anyone who drives by my house is the same as one side of my house to the side of the driveway by Gary's. So 65 feet is not a large difference here. But for me, it's just, I don't know, for me it just made more sense if we're just saying 15 and 15 across the board.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. I think if you're not getting pushback on this, you're probably not talking to enough people. There's always someone that's not going to like it. With that being said, I do think there's a place for planning, but I'm concerned the 20 and the 30 meter. I don't really have a question. I just have a comment. I think the 30 meter is a bit much, especially for starting what we're doing here. I don't see that Riverport has had any significant issues with their 20 meter setback. So I'm going to support the 20 meter setback.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I remember the Riverport area planning document being updated at least twice during the time that I've been here, and it's never really been a complaint. In fact, it seemed to be in the discussions, the current 20 meter setback was something that the people liked. They were more concerned about the number of pigs on the lawn or within a lot than they were these setbacks. I have a question, though. If council were to support option 2 as being the general part of the plan, could option 3 be a future setback for those lakes that are undeveloped? Currently, we have a number of lakes that there's no roads into, and there are no known camps that are on those lakes. Can you have a double standard? Those lakes that exist now go with option 2, and those future developed lakes would be under option 3. It's just a question.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Anything's possible. You know, anything that the council wants to do and create a different rule, absolutely. That task itself would require us to do a bit more analysis, find out which lakes fall into one category and which lakes fall into the other. It's certainly something that we can do. The challenge, I think, at this point in our kind of timeline is about the timeline itself. And so that's probably a level of analysis that would be, I don't know that we could achieve that within the current time frame. We could at least come back to you with an option and then say, if you want us to go to that, this is what it would take, so you have that information to decide.
So it would be quite possible to draw the plan up with option 2 with a qualifier saying that for undeveloped lakes, they may fall under a different category on the 5-year review. And then you'll find out how many people want to develop lakes, but at least it gives us an option.
Councillor Smith.
I have been talking to lots of people over the course of land use planning consultation, and I also attended that Lakeshore Health Day, and there was a lot of interesting science raised, and also concerns about development trends. And I think one of the things that I found most compelling about some of the information that was shared was that although we do have a lot of development, I think what was said was that we're about where some of Ontario cottage country was about 20 years ago. So now is the time to act and to bring some of the best science into this so that we are protecting our lakes. And if you as staff are telling me that there are significant gains to be made around a 30-meter setback, especially given the drought conditions that we've had this year, and the effect of warmer temperatures on our lakes, I want those gains. And not everybody has access to the research that you're reading. And I just think, as Councillor Bell has said earlier, we do have a responsibility to make some decisions that are not going to be popular. But again, I'll say, people that I speak with in lakeshore areas and in communities around lakes who enjoy the lakes, they want strong protections in these areas. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands. Oh, Mayor
Sorry.
McLean-Weil.
Not to belabor it, but I really like what Councillor Bell suggested here. I think one of the things, and I understand what Councillor Smith is, we need to take leadership on this in terms of recognizing that we are setting policy that will last into the future, and we're trying to protect the things that we love about where we live. But we also have to end up with a plan that we can live with ourselves and get through our process, and also have some reasonable acceptance by the public. So I think there is that balance between recognizing all the issues and also finding, taking some steps. And we know that and we heard it from our first draft, that there were lots of issues around moving from not having any planning in place other than our secondary plans. I don't want to ignore that, to moving to something that people felt was quite restrictive. Now we're going back. We've had lots of consultation. We're trying to find some common ground amongst ourselves as council people, but also recognizing that we have to try to produce a document that sets this out for our public in a way that we can get general acceptance around, offer leadership where needed, but also get some buy-in from our public. And so I really like what Councillor Bell said, and to come back to that is recognizing that, yes, we maybe can't build it in immediately, but that there is strong recognition from us as a council that we do want to protect those more than 70 other lakes that haven't perhaps had that development on. And I think that recognizes that balance that we're trying to achieve. And knowing that some of our lakes are already highly developed, and for the reasons Councillor Burns has outlined, those that have want to keep, and those that and want to keep others out, and those that aren't there yet want to be there. So they, those two opposing forces are in place. So I think finding some reasonable ground to move forward on, but also recognizing that if we can build in some safeguards that give us a path to the next step, and that we tell people that's where we'd like to move, then people are going to be, have that in their head as well. So I just wanted to support what Councillor Bell has tabled as another step in our consideration around that. But I will, for the reasons I've said, be supporting option 2, so.
Okay, let's do a straw vote. So all those who would like number 1. And number 2. And Councillor Brooks is also in favor of number 2. And number 3. Councillor Oikel?
Do we need to give any specific direction than what has already been mentioned by the mayor and Councillor Bell regarding the idea that Councillor Bell put forward? Do we need to do more regarding that?
I'll put that to you.
I think that's enough for us. I wouldn't want to get too specific so that we kind of get boxed in, but I think the idea of, we do have an understanding of what those other lakes are that aren't maybe facing the same pressures, and we can look at either formulating something that's thinking more about the future, or if it's something that can be put in place now, we can take that back and see what might work for draft 2.
Okay, so, would people like to take a little break? Yes. Or, okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to get back to our municipal-wide planning discussion. So the next topic is from one we didn't get to from last week, which is inland wetlands.
So in MODL, we have around 4,000 inland wetlands that help reduce flooding, filter water. They're ecosystem. They provide us with a lot of ecosystem services. They do reduce flooding. They're carbon sinks. They support biodiversity. They're nesting and aquatic life nesting area. So they provide a lot of that important functions that are quiet and sometimes unseen, but they do provide a lot for our environment. So currently, inland wetlands do not have any municipal protection. If you do remember, under our coastal protection regulations, we do have sensitive coastal ecosystems that have regulations, and under that, we protect wetlands with a 30-meter buffer. But currently, right now, when inland wetlands does not have any protection. Under our engagement during the What We Heard report, they did highlight that wetland protection is important due to their services that they're providing. There are several options that may include either mapping wetlands or establishing setbacks/buffers, and other options that we will discuss in the next slide. So the first option is not to have any protection, so minimum planning. Under the regulations, the provincial regulations, we're not required to provide any regulations to setbacks, to protect wetlands. So this will be either only relying on what the provincial permitting is. There will be no municipal protection. There will be higher risks of flooding, erosion, and just declining of water quality and wildlife areas. Under option 2, there could be a map wetlands as conservation areas. That's something that Queens County is doing. This would designate large or high value wetlands as conservation on the future land use map. The wetland itself would be protected, but there would not be any extra setback that would be added. This approach, however, will require more detailed mapping that can be completed, that will not be able to be completed within the current project timeline. Option 3 would be a 20-meter setback plus vegetative buffer with flexibility. So provide a basic level of protection that is consistent with provincial guidance. So there is a guidebook for protecting wetlands, and it states there that minimum of 20-meter setback to protect wetlands is one of the approaches that they are recommending of how to protect wetlands. There should be flexibility, and there would be under that option flexibility to allow undersized lots or building being relocated to meet the maximum distance reasonably achievable. So similar to what we talked about in the inland watercourse buffer and setback. And this will offer meaningful protection while easing development constraints. Option 4 would be similar to the coastal protection regulations, so a 30-meter setback and vegetative buffer, which again will incorporate flexibility. This will be the strongest option that mirrors the framework, as I mentioned, of coastal. The larger distance helps to protect hydrology, filter runoff, and reduce erosion and flood risks. But it also includes flexibility for undersized lots and building relocations. Staff is recommending to proceed with option 4, the 30-meter setback and buffer, as it provides the most effective protection for inland wetlands, and it will align with the standards already applied for the coastal wetlands. If there isn't a wetland, that it can be removed through the study. So as you mentioned, as you probably know, we do have that flexibility in our coastal protection regulations that if a property owner provides us with proof that a wetland is not existent within the property, then we will allow them to develop there. They provide us a letter or a study from a qualified person showing that the wetland is not present. And we are able to remove that wetland from our mapping, and then the property owner can build on that lot. In both cases, flexibility can be included, as I mentioned before, and this is why we are recommending option 3 for council to consider. Oh, sorry, option 4, yeah.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. So the coastal one with the wetlands, those wetlands are are listed by the province, correct? Right? So will these ones be? Like how will people know whether they have a wetland or no wetland or?
Similar to the coastal wetlands, also inland wetlands are mapped by the province, so we're using the provincial mapping layer to identify where those wetlands may be located. Again, we are aware of inconsistencies with the provincial layer as it was done either through an aerial image or back in the 1970s. So there might be that a wetland was not there to begin with, but also wetlands migrate with time. So it could be that it was a wetland there at one point, but it's not there anymore. So if a property owner, let's say, purchased a piece of land, and in our mapping it shows there is a wetland, but there is no wetland present, they can provide us with a study that was done by a qualified person that shows that there isn't a wetland present, and we will remove that regulation from it would not have to abide by that regulations because there's no wetland there.
Councillor Hubley.
I'm just going to throw my opinion out there again, not really a question. I think the 20-meter setback with the vegetative buffer is enough.
Yep, the province says so.
Councillor Moore.
So right now, the provincial has a map, the province has a map of the wetlands, correct?
Correct.
But sometimes it conflicts with what people are, what some other maps are saying, am I correct? So we, in number 2, we could do a map of our own saying that where the large and high value wetlands are. We could do that?
We can, but that's going to require a lot of work and also not expertise that staff has to be able to map wetlands, unless you want to do it through the desktop analysis. But again, that's where you mentioned there might be inaccuracies. So that could be a study that could be done through if council wishes to do that, but
But right now, the province does have a map of where
they do. Yeah.
high and large wetlands are, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. No. No.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
It's a question in the notes. It says the province's development and wetland guidance recommends at least 20 meters. So how do they, if we were trying to align ours, how much flexibility did they use? You say at least 20 meters. And how do they determine if it's more than that? Or is it really very discretionary?
I would say it's discretionary, and it's a recommendation rather than an actual physical legislation that they have. There's no provincial regulations that regulate setbacks from wetlands. They do map wetlands, and they decide which wetlands could be of special significance in their eyes. It could be the size of the wetland and what type of ecosystem services the wetland is providing. But the 20-meter is recommended for municipalities to consider as a setback to use.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. So everyone just saw me deviate from my general idea towards minimum planning when it came to protection of lakes and rivers, and I think there's very good arguments about that, considering how it impacts others. I'm looking at this from a who's regulating what perspective, and the one difference here for me is that there's an entire provincial scheme that applies to the entire province to wetlands, and then there is what we're looking at here and how much we want to piggyback, build on, or meet the provincial requirements. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there are large mapped provincial wetlands. Like if they can clearly see it, that it's a wetland, they've got it mapped and they kind of know, don't develop around that, or we're going to do our shtick. But it's ultimately up to the landowner to get a wetland assessment if they believe there may be a wetland, and from there they hire the consultant, and the consultant would then inform them about whether they need permission for alteration, or whether they're going to pay the fine for infill, and whether that infill is even going to be allowed, and all that. So there's a lot of, when it comes to inland wetlands, there would be some level of uncertainty and responsibility upon the property owner themselves to almost self-report a wetland, at least provincially. Would we be looking at that same sort of self-reportingness here? How would that work? Because we're not going to know every qualifying inland wetland, or is this only for ones that would be otherwise provincially mapped?
We will be using the provincially mapped, or we would use the provincial GIS layer that our GIS technician is using to, and that's where we are. That's for legislation, for regulation purposes, we're using the provincial mapping.
Okay.
Just to add to Ella's point, during the kind of a lot, when a surveyor's on a lot marking out boundaries and things like that, or setbacks, they're required to show wetlands. And so at that time, if it came down to a site-by-site level and they're wanting to say, okay, we need to make sure you're meeting a setback, they've got the ability to show that, and they're required to show that, so we could get that verification at the time somebody's, laying out a lot or something like that.
Councillor Smith?
Do we have developments in the queue that have setbacks of a certain number of meters mapped out right now? And how would it affect those developments going forward if they haven't started building yet?
Yeah, Jeff's just going to a sheet. I think he'd be best to speak to where things are in the queue and what they might have going forward.
Yeah, anything that has a permit, like a building permit, prior to the effective date of these, when these regulations would come in place, would be grandfathered, assuming that they continue within a reasonable period of time. There are some larger developments, so we have going to PAC next Thursday. We have the one in Upper Branch. So in their site plan, they've identified, I think, a 20 and a 30 meter. I'm looking at Anna shaking her head yes. So they've already identified setbacks. The other large one was Hebbville, and I believe, looking at Ella, she was working on the file, that they also had setbacks identified of, I think, 20 or 30 meters already in their proposal. And those are because those larger developers are coming from other jurisdictions like HRM that are doing that in HRM. So they're applying that same thing here as well.
Councillor Bell.
It might have been 2 years ago, might have been less than that. We had a property down in Kingsburg that was, the province showed as a wetland, and Norma wanted to issue a permit to locate a structure there, and I believe somebody from our staff went and looked at it, and I'm not going to use the word challenged, but suggested to the province that they might want to reevaluate it, and we changed the designation to allow that building because of inaccuracies of provincial charting. do we still have the ability to do that? If, because I'm favoring option 3, but I want to know that we still have that little protection.
Yes, absolutely. So what number 3 would suggest is that we take a similar approach. I think that's in Hebville. What we've drafted up previously was kind of working with what exists in Hebville and improving upon that. But the idea is we're very well aware there's thousands of wetlands. The province has done initial mapping. They haven't gone on site though to actually show us exactly. So we know there are challenges with where those wetlands start and stop. Often there is a wetland, but as for where it starts and stops is often where the challenge is. And so that tool that Ella had spoken about would be the ability for a property owner to demonstrate that the wetland is actually somewhere else, and then we would be willing to change. So the policy would be written with that exact situation. And I believe there have been examples, because we're already using this kind of tool now with the secondary planning areas. The Department of Environment has gone out as a person to verify that the wetland was actually not there, kind of helping a homeowner out and verifying that, no, they're right, that there is no wetland there. And we're using that evidence from them to then change our mapping. So it's intended to be, very low cost, low effort, but still having the protection in place. So that's trying to weigh the two, realizing that the mapping isn't perfect, but it's better off having it and having flexibility built in to adjust it when we need to.
Yeah, I just want to add to Councillor Bell's comment. So this is different than what is done in Riverport. So Riverport, in some of our other bylaws, and as Reid mentioned, we first discovered it in Hebville, where it was more onerous when the mapping was wrong, because in Riverport, it's a zone, and to change that zone, you have to go through an amendment process, which is you have to do a public hearing, you do first and second reading. What staff is suggesting is that based on the advice of a qualified person, instead of having to go through the whole amendment process, that the development officer would say, oh, the qualified person signed off on this, the wetlands over here, not here, and then can alter it. So it's less of a process to go through, but it is similar concept than what was in Riverport. Just it's a streamlined process when the mapping, what you find on the ground is off than what's on the map. It's easier to change it.
Councillor Burns.
I think folks are going to know where I'm planning on voting with this, but I just want to hammer home, like when it comes to wetland stuff, there is regulation and protection in place. There are wetland alteration processes. If it's over 2 hectares, you require an environmental assessment to alter that, and it's up to you to be able to prove where the wetland is and isn't. And so if you're doing a large development and you're dealing with altering wetlands more than 2 hectares, that's just shy of 5 acres. If you're going to be impacting those, you're going to have to go and you're going to have to do that, and you're going to have to deal with the Department of Environment. So if you're looking at a large developer with large tracts of land putting in multiple lots and multiple homes, and there's chances of wetland, they know what they're doing. They're going to go through that process. And if you're looking at smaller ones, then you're putting in these simplified applications where you have to send in the information about the wetland. You're going to end up getting a certifier. A wetland certifier. You're going to end up jumping through some hoops with this. The smaller wetlands, I'm not sure that they're going to impose setbacks in the same way they would with an environmental assessment. But for me, it steps in. Yes, we have the option to regulate here. There are areas where we are stepping in to regulate where there aren't the same level of protections, and this one there is a level of protection that exists already. It's whether each councillor will have to decide whether they want to add to that, but I just don't want folks to think there is nothing here. It's just how much do we want to add to that. And I think where I'm going to come down on this is that there is already some significant regulation in place. So I'm going to go with option 1 because we've put stuff in place where I didn't feel there was enough protection before. And this time I do feel there is a protection, albeit at a different level. So that's why I'm going to go with option 1.
Okay, we will move on to the, yes, that's what I was moving on to. Okay, option 1. Okay. And Councillor Brooks as well. Okay, option 2. No one. Option 3. Okay. Did anyone not vote? I think we got everyone. Option 4. Okay.
Okay, so now we are on to kind of a much, I guess, higher level discussion. So that was fairly in the weeds, I think, in terms of some specific numbers and things. This next section would be much more focused on zoning.
Sorry, just before we move on to the next one, for the public record, can you just confirm what option was the consensus on that last raise of hands?
Sure. It was option 3 was the consensus.
Here I am talking about the environment again. So MODL has a wide range of ecologically important landscapes, like rivers, lakes, wetlands, forests, and of course coastal areas. These areas are integral to our quality of life, supporting biodiversity, maintaining water quality, and contributing to the overall health and well-being of our communities. As development increases across the municipality, we need to consider whether additional land use controls are needed to protect these sensitive areas and support sustainable growth, or keeping with status quo. Today we're looking for Council's direction on several potential approaches. The first one would be a lakeshore residential zone. This would be one option for managing development pressures around lakes that are facing more development constraints and supporting lake ecosystem health. The second is a potential watershed zoning. This would focus on protecting drinking water sources and ensuring our planning documents align with the statement of provincial interest. And also a watershed overlay that might be as an option for protecting drinking water, but will apply to the natural boundary of the actual watersheds. And finally, considering a conservation zone, recognizing lands already protected by governments or conservation organizations, and also public lands, private lands, and limiting them to low-impact uses. This could apply to public lands and some privately owned protected lands. At this stage, we are seeking Council's direction on which of these tools should be included, adjusted, or not pursued at all. So if we can move to the, yes, thank you. MODL, as I think I mentioned before, has more than 135 inland lakes, many of which support recreation, seasonal cottages, and year-round homes. As development pressure increases across the municipality, these areas are being disturbed more often. Naturally vegetated lakefront areas play a major role in reducing erosion, limiting flooding, and protecting habitat. Disturbance can increase runoff, accelerate erosion, and negatively affect long-term lakes' health, as well as adjacent properties. And one of the biggest threats that we are seeing as of in the recent years is the green-blue algae bloom. And that's one threat to our water bodies that we're experiencing and it comes with extra developer pressures that are coming along the shoreline, as it removes more vegetation and there's less of, it affects the water quality. So what a lakeshore residential zone could do, a lakeshore residential zone is one potential tool to help manage development around lakes. It could introduce more restrictive development standards in sensitive areas, such as requiring larger lots, greater setbacks, limits on vegetation removal, and a narrower range of permitting uses compared to other residential zones. The intention is to support healthier lake ecosystems while still allowing limited development. So these are the options. The first one would be not having a lakeshore residential zone and apply different zones in the area. So development will be managed through what council just made decisions on, such as the buffers and water and setbacks. Option 2 would be, in addition to those setbacks, to apply the lakeshore zone to selected lakes only. So apply the lakeshore zone to a subset of the 69 lakes that were identified by staff as having high development pressures, with highest but it will require more analysis because we'll have to go back and do more analysis out of those 69 lakes and decide out of those 69 lakes where the zone should apply. So that does not really work within the current time frame of what we already have. Option 3 is to establish a lakeshore residential zone and apply the zone to the 69 identified lakes. This option could include applying it to those developed lakes that have the most pressure, and it will require more larger lots, larger setbacks in comparison to other zones. And one of the reasons is to, yes, also protect the viability of the lake and protect the water quality, but also it helps to maintain that cottage-like low-density development that we've been seeing or wanting to protect around lakes. So the primary uses will be low-density residential uses or limited recreational community uses, and remove any intensive uses from being able to be established on those lakes. So staff is recommending proceeding with option 3, which is establishing the lakeshore residential zone, specifically to those 69 lakes that do have more development pressures. There's more transportation routes next to them. They're being more popular, as Councillor Bill mentioned, with Big Mush Mush, how there's more development occurring there and there's more pressure on certain lakes in comparison to others. So this is what staff is recommending council to consider.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. So with option 2, the subset of the 69 lakes, and I do realize that it would take a lot more work. When you present it to the province, can you not say, or are we not able to say there will be a subset of lakes? Like, will they require you to name the lakes? Or will they accept you saying that we are going to be developing a subset of lakes?
So with the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw, we also need to provide the zoning map. So the lakeshore zone, if we will go with that to the province, we already need to show where it will apply. So option 2 says that we will not be able to do it right now, as we'll need to do further analysis to consider out of those 69 lakes where that development could apply. So we can't really bring it to the province and say we don't know yet which lakes they are going to be on, because we need to map them. And it will not be able to be in the document at all. So it's something that we have to bring at a later date.
Okay.
Yep, Mayor McLean-Weil.
When you listed here in option 3, and it says permitted uses, and then it says limited recreational uses, what does that mean?
I'm assuming trails and low-impact recreational activities will be permitted within the lakeshore zone, but more of high-activity, high-impact recreational uses will probably be restricted.
Another example I can give is tourist accommodations. So that's certainly, there's interest from that area on you know, you can see that interest why people would want to have a different tourist accommodation kind of use on a lake. The idea there is to permit that, but not large scale. So it would be limited in the number of units you could do there versus a higher amount in a more general rural area.
Councillor Moore.
Is this a provincial requirement in that planning document?
No, it is not.
Thank you.
Councillor Hubley.
That was fast. Thank you. I'm not here yet. I think we just protected the lake shore with the setbacks in the buffer. I just can't add another layer right now. Therefore, I think I am leaning to option 1.
Councillor Oikel.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Hubley, because I think, like, if we can do that and then, over time, consider the subset of lakes and change that, because you can always change the planning document in the future, correct? Right? Yeah, so I'm with Councillor Hubley on number 1.
If I may, just jump in for a moment here. It might help council to, I think as you've alluded to, the earlier decision and direction from council on setbacks and buffers are probably the most effective tool to really protect lake health. And so that would apply everywhere. It wouldn't be limited to certain lakes or rivers or anything. It would be, if it's there, then it applies. So I think from our perspective, that is probably the number 1 key component of, you know, if the concern is protecting the environment and protecting lakes and rivers, then I think you've achieved that with that other item that was discussed. This could add some additional protection in the form of larger lot widths, which, you know, if you were subdividing around a lake, you could do fewer lots that have frontage on that lake with larger lot widths. So that then in itself takes some pressure off of that lake, because you can only maybe get 30 lots, where if it had a very narrow lots, you could have 50 or more. So, but it's not probably as effective a tool as those setbacks. What it does do is give that, as Ella mentioned, some of those other pieces like the uses. Uses isn't always about protecting the environment of the lake. It can be about maintaining the residential character of an area. So a lot of times, mostly what we see is small lakes inland that have residential around them. It would provide some protections of that residential use to prevent things like bigger industrial and commercial uses from being there. So the zone, I would say, isn't as much of necessarily an environmental tool as it is just providing, it's more of a residential zone around those lakes that already are developed, if that's of any help.
Deputy Mayor Vino.
Thank you. I attended, well, I'd say 95% of the public input sessions that we had on our municipal planning strategy. And whenever we got into talks about the zones and the lake shores and the different areas, there was so much confusion. It was hard for me to digest, let alone explain and try to get the residents on board. So at this time, I'm also going to be in favor of option 1, just because I think it adds a whole nother layer of complexity to this process. And maybe down the road, it's something, but right now we're hitting them with a lot. And I think this is one item that I want to scale back on.
Just a further note that Rosemary just mentioned to me, which I should have mentioned earlier. Council kind of discussed putting some kind of framework in place for home-based businesses. If you have a residential zone, like a lakeshore zone or other residential zone, that can give you that tool. If you don't have that, it's a lot more open-ended about the types of uses. And if that's the route you want to go, that there's no issue with that. But the home-based businesses regulations would be something that you could use in this type of environment. Because you have a more residential zone, then you can have those provisions that allow people to have a smaller scale business on those properties.
Councillor Smith.
That was the point I was going to raise about home-based businesses. And in my district, I would say the most concentrated development and like the most dense developed residential areas are around lakes. And I would like to be able to have very light regulations around home-based businesses, what we talked about before, things that are not permitted. I think people are in favor of that and would like some protection around what kind of uses are allowed in those communities. And yeah, I don't think, I hear what the deputy mayor is saying, but I think at the end of the day, if we're presenting it in a way that's readable, I think that some of the challenges around that first draft was that it was really hard to figure out what zone you were in and then just get like a real reading of, well, that's what this means. So I think it's about how it's presented. And what I'm looking for is, people didn't want a one-size-fits-all. They do want some kind of tailored solutions to their communities. And to me, that's where this one comes in, is that some communities, they're a little bit different than my rural general areas, what I see as rural general. So, yeah, I think I'll be supporting option 3.
Okay, Councillor Burns and then Councillor Oikel.
To me, the value of a lakeshore residential zone is not about the residential part. The difference between here and like a rural residential, if you will, is additional protections for the lake. And when the flip side of additional protections for the lake are additional restrictions on those who own land and wish to utilize that land around the lake. And so we just directed that blanket rules be included for the entire municipality that will apply on every lake, every river, every water course there. There's consistency across the municipality on that, and I'm satisfied with that. It was one of the few areas where I felt very comfortable conceding following conversations with residents who live along those areas. I think the opportunity for communities to come forward and request to go from a rural general to more of a rural residential. There are areas that are developing that are not suburban in the common usage of the word, but they are becoming more of a residential community and less of a rural community as people move in full time. Even on Mush, there's a difference between All and Back Point and the other side of the lake. There is a difference in my community along the lakes as what's happening with the different types of developments. So as communities wish to come forward, and if they're not included in a rural residential and they wish to rezone their area to have some protections, I think that is the kind of path we're not going to get this to 100%. Maybe it's a bit more personality, but we're getting 90% of the way there with most of this stuff and leaving enough room for it to get better. I don't think we need to put a special lakeshore zone there if we're providing the same restrictions or same restrictions / protections across the whole municipality. Let's keep this as simple for folks as possible.
Councillor Oikel.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Burns because I'm thinking of Fancy's Lake. It's rural, it's a lake, but it's rural residential, but Continian Place is even more just residential, right? And so I really don't think that we need to have a specific zone called Lakeshore Residential Zone. I think having it as residential would cover whether or not people are having home-based businesses there, and what kind of home-based businesses they would be having. If that is that was one of the concerns that you raised. So I don't think there's a reason at this time to have a specific lakeshore residential zone, just a residential zone.
If I may, a residential zone is not one of the options that we've provided here, but it would be a relatively easy change. Additional option, if council wants to consider, is to replace the lakeshore zone with the rural residential zone. So if council feels that you'd like to take the same approach to a rural subdivision, and if we're picturing like a newer subdivision development, and apply that to lakefronts, that would give you those same types of uses that you're suggesting would be appropriate in a rural subdivision, give you those home-based businesses, and limit some of the big scale industrial commercial types of development. If that's kind of what you're looking for, that would be an easy solution if there was an interest in that as well.
Okay, if there are no more comments, we'll move to a vote. So option 1, no lakeshore residential zone. And Councillor Brooks as well.
So sorry, are we adding the, so is option 1B, no lakeshore residential zone, but a residential zone? So that's off the table.
I guess, yeah, and just to clarify, if council wants to go that route, the default would be like a basic rural zone that would be kind of the basic zone that would apply everywhere. And so we kind of think of it as there will be a basic rural zone everywhere unless council wants to put something else over, kind of overlay that additional zone there. So in this case, if it's not a lakeshore residential zone or something specific, it would, in our mind, would just be general rural.
And just to add to that, that means that any type of land use can be around those lakes. It could be commercial, it can be industrial. There's no protection. There wouldn't be just residential zone there anymore. So if council goes with option 1, it means that any type of use can be located along the lakes. Of course, they will have to meet those setbacks, but there wouldn't be any, all other uses will be basically permitted along those lakes.
Councillor Oikel and then Councillor Smith.
Okay, so I thought we were coming up with the types of zones that we want within our municipality, okay? So we don't want a lakeshore residential zone, but can we not have around a lake a residential zone? Because there's a subdivision and a bunch of houses there, but yet maybe another part of the lake way over here, there's something else happening, right? You know, so can we not do that? Like, are we just saying, oh, well, no, we're just going to make it all rural and do whatever we want? I don't think we should do that. I think we need to cut it up or whatever, you know, whatever's happening.
Yes, you're correct. I guess the challenge for us is there are virtually infinite possibilities here. So, you know, you could have 50 zones. You could have each lake have its own. Of course, you can imagine how much additional work that would be to kind of put that together or flesh things out. So what we've tried to do is say, here are some options that we can say, there's a range of possibilities, something that would be kind of a minimum approach. So if you want minimum, a basic rural zone would be minimum. And that would be applied most areas of the municipality. You could apply that minimum approach to the lakeshore, or you could have an additional option. We will probably at our next workshop talk about a rural residential zone and whether council wants to go that route. And that's kind of talking about those, you know, what we see as a newer development on a little, you know, could be private road or public road. And so thinking about whether that's a place that council wants to go. If there's an additional option that is raised, such as just apply a regular residential zone around lakes, that's something it's fairly straightforward. I think we could change that. I think we would suggest we would take the same lakes and apply that zone in those situations, but I think we would need the direction from council. If lakeshore zone is not the way to go, if you would prefer something residential, and if that's where council wants to go, we're certainly, that's very doable from our perspective. But I think there's a very big difference, as you've noted, between a basic rural versus a residential being around the lakes. And if people want residential, then we want to know today, probably.
Well, because if I can continue, if you don't mind, because I'm thinking of my Wiles Lake area. So the 325 goes in front of the lake. That's commercial and residential. But all the roads off of that are either farms or residential, right? And I don't think, like, that having big commercial businesses off of the main drag would be beneficial not only to the commercial people, but to the residents that live there. So to me, it should be residential around my lake, but commercial along the 325. So that would be two different zones rather than saying it's all just rural, residential, commercial. Right? So like, how specific are we getting? And can we get specific enough like that? Because I see in Hebville's secondary plan, this part, there's just certain parts that are residential, certain parts that are rural, certain parts that are commercial. Are we doing that everywhere, or that wasn't the plan?
I think what would be the best approach at this point is to have that bigger thing, like, do you want a lakeshore zone? I don't think that's what council as a whole wants to do. But do you want some type of residential zone? We have some parameters that we use to come up with the lakeshore zone. We can work with something like a more general residential zone and go with that, and then bring you the second draft. And if there were little changes about where those lines might be, that's a fairly easy change once you've got that zone map in front of you. For example, in Wildville, where I can see exactly what you're saying, maybe the front portion of the lot should have more uses along the road, but if there's the lakefront piece, those industrial and commercial things maybe shouldn't be right by the lakeshore. That's a perfect example where, you might know your community best, and there's some input on from the public even, making those changes to where the lines are. But for now, just the bigger approach about, do you want a zone at all, or do you want us to look at that? That's the level I think that we're looking for today.
So for me, I would like to see residential zones in lake areas, but not necessarily every lake area, because there are some places right now that are commercial and it works well in that area. So I think it has to be on the need to understand basis or something, I don't know.
Right, yeah, and I think we'll get into that later when we get into the different types of zones. But I'm just going to try to get through the list here. So Councillor Smith?
Yeah, maybe I don't need to go into it now. But I think what I was hearing when people were voting no lakeshore residential zone and no kind of 1B, the other option would be a residential zone. I just want to be really clear that means, like, when we're talking about a rural general zone, we're talking about maximum flexibility. And I want that for so many of my communities who have asked for that. But to also make that try to work in densely populated residential communities who have also talked to me about land use conflicts, like, we have to have some differentiation between areas. And most of it is going to be rural general. But I really think, I agree with Councillor Oikel, we need to be able to carve out some places where we say not everything goes. I mean, and even in rural general, not everything will go. But, there are some parameters. But there are some things that we need to be able to say, like, belong in a rural general zone, but shouldn't be right on the shore of a lake. To me, that makes a lot of sense. Or there's stuff that you can do in a rural general zone, like there's a concrete plant in one of my neighborhoods. I don't think that should go on on a lakeshore road. You know, it just makes sense that we have a few uses that are not permitted to protect those communities and say, those things can be done, just not right around the lake. So I'm strongly in favor of light regulation of uses around lakes, and I think that a residential zone of some kind is going to have to be the tool by which to do that.
Councillor Burns.
I'm just going to bring this back to what we're doing here. We are looking at a box here that's about 1,700 square kilometers, which is modal. And we're saying, what types of zones do we want in it so that in the future we can adjust where we put those types of zones? Do we want 13 different dividers, or will 6 work? We're not arguing, I don't think here, none of us are going to argue back and forth about that certain parts of certain lakes or that certain lakes will require probably different types of protections because the way that people use those lakes is different than other people use those lakes. So I think we should sort of get back to the higher level that we're trying to be at here and say, do we need a residential and a lakeshore residential for one side of the 103 and the other? Like, at what point do we have too many sandboxes that we're trying to do here? Do we need lakeshore versus residential? And if not, then our job as councillors is to look at the second draft and say, does the mapping of the boxes we've directed reflect the nature of the communities we represent? And I can guarantee you that even in all of our districts, we're going to say, does this make sense here but not here? And we're going to have small durations. We're building this plane as we fly it. Let's give the engineers some direction as to the rough parts we want in the plane, and then we can paint it later.
Okay, I'm just going to see if I can get a little consensus here from what I'm hearing. Would it be okay with council if we said no lakeshore residential zone, but we are going to talk about perhaps there being a residential zone that is separate from a general rural zone? That's coming up later.
Thank you, Alex. It would be
And
a
that
different-
could apply to lakes as well as other parts.
Yeah, like, I mean, an option for today might be, there's a fourth option. And council wants to say, we want a residential zone of some sort applied to the 69 lakes that we've kind of gone through an analysis and identified. It doesn't have to be much more than that because we've already kind of developed a framework for what a residential zone is. And that zone could be applied to this. But if that would be enough direction for us today. If you wanted to say a fourth option is a residential zone, not a lakeshore residential, but just a residential zone, but on those identified lakes.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get consensus, so. Okay, so Councillor Moore and Councillor Hubley, and then I don't have anyone else on the list. Councillor Burns, was your hand up? Okay.
So the consensus around the table was option 1, no lakeshore residential zone, and then all of a sudden, we add more rules that.
Because we didn't like it.
So a residential zone has regulations for home-based businesses, correct?
Yes, that was the instruction, yeah, from last.
Yes,
Yep.
from last week. So again, I will not support residential zones on the lakes because we have people that want to build homes on the lakes. They might want to put in a little mom and pop store or whatever. They're not going to put in a big gravel pit, or they're not going to be allowed to put in something that's going to be bad for the environment, like those big things. But if they want to have just a little side business or something like that, say someone wants to do a little sewing in their home and they have their own home-based business, are we telling them that they're going to build this house on the lake, but they cannot do this?
Just to clear, yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, so
Okay.
the direction that we got on home-based businesses is that yes, they could do that type of thing.
Right.
And the approach that council wants to take would be just a list of some of the most egregious kind of uses that you don't want to see operated out of a
Right.
home.
And we
and
were
limit
supposed
it
to
to
have
that.
that come back, weren't we?
Not within, no, we weren't going to come back with that now. You'll see that in the second draft.
Okay, all right. But no, we have consensus on number one, and I think we should leave it at that.
Okay, Counselor Hubley?
I'm confused. I support option one, but I thought when we voted on home-based businesses, that was a blanket across the municipality. Is it a blanket across the municipality or just in the residential zones?
You're correct. It'd be just in the residential zones if council chooses to implement a residential zone somewhere. If at the end of the day, you choose not to have a residential zone somewhere, those home-based business regulations won't be necessary because home-based businesses will be permitted along with commercial, industrial, a whole bunch of other things. So you won't really actually need them. All they do is give you more flexibility in a residential zone.
Thank you.
Okay. One more?
Yeah, just one
Okay.
more. Regarding the home-based businesses, and something that Councillor Moore brought up, a mom and pop shop is not, to me, is not a home-based business. That is a commercial enterprise, correct?
It probably all depends on the scale. So from the direction that we got last week, I don't know that, I think that probably could be permitted on a small scale, like a small size, but something that is, you've got customers coming and going. I don't think that the home-based businesses section will limit that necessarily, unless it's something that's extremely disruptive.
Counselor Hubley?
I'm really sorry to stretch this out even longer, but by voting on the no lakeshore residential zone, we're saying it's a free-for-all. And I think I need to change my mind. I don't want a free-for-all on the lakeshore.
So I think that the part of what option one is it's not a lakeshore residential zone and therefore is a general rural zone. So that's I think what that means in this context. A general zone, at least what's written here, would have certain thresholds for things. Like if you want to build a Walmart, you need to go through additional planning permission to do that. But it still would be permitted because it would be treated like any rural area.
Okay. Oh. Counselor Burns?
Guys, what we're doing today is looking at the sandbox and we're saying, okay, here's the sandbox and what are the different types of sand do you want in that? Do you want stone, coarse sand, and fine sand? The fact that we said that there's no lakeshore residential zone does not mean that individual lakes cannot have some sort of zone around them in the future. What we're saying is we don't need fine sand, partially fine sand, even finer sand, like there's going to be, what we're saying is there's different types of residential zones. There's going to be places where there's a rural residential zone. And a lot of those are going to be on lakes that have largely residential development. There are lakes in the middle of nowhere that are right now going to be zoned as rural general. The point of the lakeshore residential zone was to provide additional restrictions on the type of lots and activities that can occur immediately adjacent to the lot. Do we need that level of restriction, or do we just want the general kind of restrictions if you imposed a zone there that would otherwise be found in a type of residential zone? And I think we also need to walk this back a little bit, that if you're up that end of the municipality and there's no sewer and there's no water, there's very limited industrial and commercial uses that are going along inside there anyways. A Walmart is unlikely to ever show up at Mush. There are activities that could happen, that will require provincial approvals that already exist. But our thought is, my thought is, as a councillor, if you have an area in your community that requires some additional protections around the lake to keep it as, for lack of a better term, the cottage country look that it has, right, then you can ask and we can try and push to have part of that area zoned as some form of residential. But do we need 5 different types of residential, 4 different types of residential, 3 different types of residential? And my understanding is that's the level of conversation we're having now, so we can separate what kind of protections go in those. And we're all kind of going down rabbit holes because we all have a lot of fears for our communities about what this is going to do about specific things. But like, let's stay at that level.
Just so I can, just for our purposes, because we need to be able to get the proper direction. If council does not provide us another direction on this particular item, what we will take back is all of the lakes will have a general rural zone, unless you want to say otherwise, and today is the chance to say otherwise.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, and I don't know, maybe this might help for clarification. So if you're saying you don't want the lakeshore zone, but what some of the other councillors are thinking is you just so happen to have residential, that just happens to be around the lake. So it's not a lakeshore residential zone, it's a residential zone that would get applied to that residential subdivision that just so happens in your area that it's on a lake. In somewhere else, it might not be on a lake. It might be a rural, like a residential subdivision. So if you say no lakeshore zone, we'll say no lakeshore, but you could always come back with a residential. But the purpose of putting the zone in place is different. One is lakeshore, to help protection on the lakeshore. What I'm hearing from Councillor Oikel is the protection of the residential, the people that live there, protect them against obnoxious land uses coming in. But that's not a lakeshore. That just so happens to be located on the lake. So I think it's the perspective of like, what is the purpose of putting it in? Is it protect the lakeshore? If it's not, if it's to protect the residential land uses that are there now, then it just so happens that we have a lot of lakes and those subdivisions appear on lakes. So,
Okay, so we should give some direction here. So we have some options. Okay, last one.
Thank you. With this minimal planning document that we have to do, does it have to include actual zoning?
Yes.
Okay. It has to include zoning. So all the zoning and stuff that's been done over this municipality has usually come from the people themselves. They want like, land use planning and all this kind of stuff. Why couldn't we somehow just let the people that are going to develop on this lake, that we're going to let them decide if they want this land use planning? Because land use planning and zoning is the same thing, correct?
Yes. Zoning is part of that.
Yes. So why, I'm just, like, we are really getting down into the weeds right now.
So I guess what we're working under is the kind of mandate, though the province has set out that we have to have the zoning everywhere. It has to be comprehensive. It can't just be, rural and everything is permitted. Like, that's not going to get accepted from the province. It has to be what they call comprehensive. So it does need to speak to industrial, commercial, residential, et cetera. There's a bunch of different ways that you could accomplish that. And in terms of the public's input, I guess that's kind of the intention of the big public engagement process, is that we'll hear from people in different places. And if there needs to be slight differences between one area and another, that hopefully we'll hear from the public and we can accommodate that.
Mayor McLean.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about us making a decision right now because I think people are really worn out. My suggestion would be that based on the conversation we've had, that our next meeting in 2 weeks, we outline what zones we really need to consider, and that will help us, I think, put them in some context. And then we can start to apply what we've already made decisions on to those zones. And I think that council, I shouldn't speak for council, but I will. I think we are somewhat as puzzled as our residents were about the number of zones we actually need, what the kind of the minimum requirements would be around the number of zones, and then the options that we might add in, much like what we did, you've done in the previous discussion documents you've presented. I don't know if that will help council members, but I feel like we're stepping into looking at zoning, not really knowing what's required and what are the minimums we would need as opposed to what are the add-ons. I don't know if that helps or not, but I don't think we should make a decision today. I just think we're worn out.
Yeah, we tried to do one too many. Okay, so that looks, I see nods of agreement, so can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting? Councillor Oikel and seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favor? Okay, meeting is adjourned.